That sword was extremely intimidating. It cut through the furnace wall and also removed that creature's head. Incredibly powerful, dazzling, and brilliant, making many people's souls tremble in response. What kind of precious artifact was it exactly? Many people's minds were shaken. One had to understand that the furnace wall had a strand of the Scarlet King Furnace's aura, sturdy and imperishable. So how could it be pierced through? Xianxia's fist was exceptionally terrifying. Yet he couldn't even do anything to the furnace wall just now. So now, how could a single blade pierce through the fiery red divine furnace so easily? I know, as expected, he defied the heavens. In the back, someone said with a light sigh. It was an Imperial Pass cultivator, guessing at something. In Xianxia's hand, that divine sword was bright red and glistening, as if carved from a blood diamond, dazzling like red coral. It was extremely fine, exceptionally beautiful. However, it was also terrifying, flowing with bright colors, extremely gorgeous, shockingly beautiful. But it was just that dangerous. It was precisely the sword that cut through the red precious furnace. That figure spurted out blood, triggering a great Tao noise. It was as if a pillar of heaven collapsed, the entire skies collapsing, as if a great age was being buried. This is... On the battlefield, everyone was shaken. They shifted their attention away from the scarlet divine sword in Xianxia's hand, looking towards that precious furnace, as well as that figure. How could things be like this? After its head was removed, there was actually this type of world-shaking irregular scene being produced. What was this? It wasn't like the scene of an Emperor clan youngster's head being removed at all. Instead, as if an immortal was falling, the world in chaos, everything collapsing. Immortal King remains. From the other side, there were cultivators who were shocked, speaking these words, making everyone feel their blood run cold. How could this be possible, the body of an immortal king? This made even one's soul tremble. Could Qi Menghong bring an immortal king's corpse with him in battle? That was impossible. Moreover, if that type of unmatched magic body really did appear, it would make the heavens collapse and earth cave in, no one able to face it. However, that type of aura really carried immortal Tao feeling, a type of unmatched pressure spreading. This was precisely the reason why it made the skies collapse, the world all around it breaking down. The black cracks were interweaving here, extending out who knew how many tens of thousands of li. Terrifying as expected, Qi Menghong had previously entered his clan's blood pool, obtaining a baptism, resonating with the Scarlet King Furnace, obtaining some of the Undying King Furnace's imprints, possessing some of its power. The other side's creatures spoke like this. After speaking these words, many people understood. That figure wasn't Qi Menghong, and it wasn't his head that was cut off either. These were all produced by the precious furnace's inheritance, some of the immortal king's imprints that appeared. Qi Menghong didn't die. He was the furnace itself. Even though he was cut through, it wasn't destroyed, still existing. Sure enough, the furnace body shook, releasing a great roar that made one's scalp go numb. Blood gushed out from the furnace, horrifying to the extreme. It was because the entire furnace was like a sea of blood, gushing out, the red color intimidating, scarlet multicolored light pouring out, extremely dazzling. That was Qi Menghong, flesh turned furnace. This was his true self. Huang, you've angered me, unforgivable. I am going to refine you, turn you into the furnace's slave. Qi Menghong roared out. The precious furnace shook, backing up, blood radiance released from the cauldron opening. That furnace body was closing. It shook intensely, releasing heaven overflowing scarlet light. It drowned the great desert, surrounding the heavens. At this moment, immortal Tao aura pervaded the air. There was a wave of unmatched force swirling about. The figure in the furnace who had its head removed stood up once more. It didn't have a head, but was now even more terrifying. Possessed world-shocking might. With a chong sound, a weapon appeared in its hand, the sharp point unrivaled. This is... In the back, everyone became stupefied. Imperial Pass, on the city wall, everyone felt their bodies become ice cold. They shivered all over, their souls actually shuddering. It was because that figure was too powerful. How could it be like this? He only has a bit of Scarlet King Furnace's aura, only able to display a bit of the past Immortal King's imprints. Why is he able to produce this type of fighting strength? Everyone was stupefied. Imperial past cultivators felt worry for sure how, inwardly feeling fear towards this. Even the other side's creatures were stunned. Wasn't the Scarlet King bloodline too heaven-defying? An immortal king was buried within an undying king furnace, and Qi Menghong could even borrow this type of power? One vaguely sensed a wave of fluctuations, an unmatched aura spreading outwards. This type of power, who could resist it? Forget about Huang, even if supreme beings took action, even that might not be enough. That might be power exceeding the peak of mortal Tao. Huang, drag yourself over here. Just become the furnace's slave forever. Qi Menghong roared. The precious furnace shone, scarlet multicolored light like an ocean. The figure standing in the furnace was extremely powerful. With a pung sound, a head was recreated. Even though its figure was blurry, when its eyes opened, the world trembled in response. Hong! At this moment, that blurry figure that seemed to be standing in an abyss moved its right hand, brandishing the hazy weapon in its hand, hacking down on Sure Hao. How is this fair? In the back, Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others felt as if their hearts were raised up to their throats. This was already no longer a struggle between those of the same generation, Bert rather borrowing immortal Tao power. How was Sure Hao supposed to face this? How could he even defend himself? Many people were stunned, feeling worry for Sure Hao. Could it be that he was going to be killed here? Previously, he even dared brandish his blade against Anlin. If he died here, killed by the Immortal King remains, then it really wouldn't be worth it. However, Sure Hao didn't feel any fear. All a facade. If you really could borrow the power of a true immortal, how could you cross heaven abyss? Nothing more than a paper tiger. These were Huang's words, extremely collected, not shaken at all. Moreover, right at this time he moved, his entire body shining. Divine chains of order shot out one after another. He was like a humanoid true dragon who sprouted a pair of immortal wings, about to soar through the 9 heavens above. He was powerful to begin with, now he became even more terrifying. Sure Hao was gathering power. Even though he was fearless, he didn't act carelessly at all. All types of precious techniques were released at the same time, covering him in a layer of precious light. Hong Long, that scarlet divine blade trembled, becoming increasingly vicious. He rushed over, charging murderously. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew in all directions. Divine might world-shocking. The creatures in the surroundings all sucked in cold air. On Imperial Pass, the troops of various clans were even more shaken. This was a world-shocking clash, the collision making the world tremble, heavens collapse and earth cave in. Sure Hao frowned. The weapon in that figure's hand was too sturdy, actually able to stop his weapon. Only Qi Menghong didn't think this way. That terrifying, indistinct magic body's weapon was shrinking, losing a portion with each strike. This left him horrified. What kind of weapon did Huang have in his hand? It could even cut through the magical artifact condensed by an immortal Tao void figure? This was too heaven-defying. Ah, just burn. Scarlet King Furnace Slave. Kill him for me. Qi Menghong roared out. Blood spurted out from him as the furnace, all of it pouring onto that person's body. Hong Long. That figure became more and more terrifying. It released a world-shocking aura, making everyone tremble. How is he supposed to even fight? This is too unfair. He summoned immortal Tao power. The golden little heavenly horned ant was shouting out, extremely nervous. There is no need to worry, that figure is only releasing that type of aura, but it isn't able to reach that true level of power at all. Meng Tianjing spoke. He remained extremely calm. The Undying couldn't cross over heaven abyss. This was fact. Chong. The loud noise was ear-splitting. The scarlet sword in Sure Hao's hands was unstoppable. It hacked through the screen of blood, piercing through the scarlet light, incredibly powerful. Pooh! That void figure was cut again. This time, his right arm was the part that was severed. Sure Hao was exceptionally powerful, nothing able to stand in his path. He continuously attacked, the divine sword in his hand illuminating eternity. With a pu sound, that figure's head was cut off again. Ah! Qi Menghong released a long roar. Kill! Sure Hao released a low roar. He slaughtered his way forward. Wherever the divine sword passed, there was nothing it couldn't pierce through. With a Qi sound, the sword light rushed into the heavens and shook the earth. This time he directly hacked through that figure, cleaving it into two. Blood gushed outwards, that body falling into the furnace. For Qi Menghong this was disastrous. He was seriously injured. Even though this wasn't his body, it still affected him. It was because his techniques and Tao resonated with that body, thus making him suffer a rebound. This time he came for revenge, making ample preparations. He didn't hesitate to sharpen himself by heading to this clan's ancestral land, but unexpectedly received the Scarlet King Furnace Spirit's favor. After resonating with it, he obtained this heaven-defying method. However, now he was still in danger, about to be defeated. From you, I can see what Scarlet King wishes to do. He wants to seize the Tao fruit of an immortal king, use the immortal king as a rebirth flame, and then allow himself to produce an unmatched core. However, in the end, as for who will help accomplish who, it is still hard to say. Sure Hao said coldly. This was his judgment. It shocked many people, including supreme beings. In the past, it was always passed around that the Scarlet King Furnace buried an immortal king, becoming a coffin cauldron. Could it be that there were other secrets? What kind of origins does your weapon have? Qi Menghong couldn't accept this. This time he came with heaven-defying methods, but he still lost, about to be defeated miserably, leaving him furious. Under everyone's eyes, if he was defeated again, then what kind of face would he have left? How was he supposed to continue being an Emperor clan descendant? Immortal killing guillotine can cut all things nefarious in this world, Sure Hao shouted. Qi. He took action, scarlet multicolored light overflowing. If not because he sensed danger experiencing immortal Tao aura, he wouldn't easily use this method. Pooh! That fiery red furnace was cut into, blood spurting out. A large opening was cut out. Ah! Qi Menghong screamed out. His entire body shone, precious techniques displayed, fighting intensely against Sure Hao, resisting with this furnace body. It was because in this type of state he was stronger, sturdier than his own body. Right now, the furnace body was hacked open. If he tried to resist with his flesh, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Stop! In the back, several people walked over with large steps, intimidating Sure Hao, all of them releasing terrifying auras, Emperor clan creatures. Hee. Ha. Sure Hao laughed loudly, his gaze like lightning, aura like a rainbow. Nothing more than this. Today, I will kill to my heart's content. I'll kill the time beast first and then you all. Emperor clans. All of you can just come at me together. Everyone was shaken. Was he crazy? He was going to fight several Emperor clan individuals at the same time? His might truly devoured heaven and earth. Hey, do you really think you are comparable to great ancestors Anlin and Shuchuo when they were young? You vainly think you can suppress all of us alone? Ha. On the other side, there were people who roared with laughter, but their expressions were extremely cold, because Sure Hao's words were too ear-piercing. How exceptional were Emperor clans? Who dared to look down on them? From past to present, once Emperor clans appeared, they would always overwhelm all their enemies. Regardless of what era it was in, the experts who came out of their clans would all be unstoppable. As long as they appeared in the world, they would be able to subdue an entire era. It could be said that once Emperor clans appeared, all clans would become dim. All creatures of the same generation would lose their brilliance, no one able to face them head-on. Now, Huang was going to challenge everyone alone, letting several Emperor clan experts come at him together. Just how domineering was this? It made them all furious. Anlin? It's not like I didn't fight him before. Sure Hao said in a de-emphasized manner, calm and unperturbed. He took action again, about to kill the time beast Qi Menghong. Was that really you? If not for the drop of blood, producing an unimaginable existence. No one could stop great ancestor Anlin. Someone berated. Heaven abyss stood in their way. The sea of natural laws in particular was especially terrifying. Even the true bodies of undying kings couldn't cross over, which was why even though their names were mentioned, no projections appeared. If you can't accept it, then come over and accept your death. Shao's words were simple and direct. Qi, sword energy rushed into the heavens, ripping apart the sky dome. The scarlet-red divine sword hacked through the fiery red precious furnace. Shao pressed forward with large steps, using a sword to cut down an Emperor clan youth. Stop! On the other side, Wu Kuan, Suagu, Yu, Qing Kuan, and the others pressed forward together. They were all people he was familiar with, Shao recognizing all of them. They were the so-called 6 small emperors. Back then, they had been refined together in the same Gu clan Yin-Yang furnace, those people borrowing Shao to transform. They were old enemies. Back then, in the other side, in your ancient world, I didn't have any way to take action. However now, this time, I can kill as I please. I'll slaughter all of you, Shao roared out. He had previously been trapped in the other side, viewed as a prisoner, unable to fight an honorable battle. He always had a wave of fighting intent suppressed, and today he could fully let it out. While speaking these things, Shao didn't stop, the scarlet blade still moving. It hacked towards Qi Menghong, wishing to cut him down first. At this moment, the tall Wu Kuan, Yu with the elegant appearance, and the others took action together, pressing forward. They wanted to stop Shao, not letting him kill the time beast. Hong! In the distance, 10 Crown King and others moved, taking large steps over, facing those people. You all dare stand in our path? Get lost! Suagu shouted out, extremely domineering. When he raised his hand, a weapon appeared. The ancient pagoda moved through the sky, about to suppress the people here. Everyone's expressions changed. They all knew that this was an ancient treasure, one that was extremely terrifying. It was refined by an older generation expert. Forget about everything else. Just this treasure alone was enough to suppress the people of a generation. Get lost! 10 Crown King took action. Multicolored light flashed in his hand. Immortal light flowing outwards, illuminating the 9 heavens. A small tree appeared in his hands. It was less than a foot in height, sparkling and replete with moisture. Astonishingly brilliant. It released chaotic energy and immortal mist, exceptionally dazzling. That was a world tree sapling, the most precious tree in this world. The other side also had one, that tree guarding that ancient realm. Meanwhile, 10 Crown King had one on him, only it was still a young one. For it to be able to transform into this type of tree, its past was definitely terrifying and heaven-shocking. A honglong sounded. 10 Crown King took action. The world tree sapling sent the ancient pagoda flying into the distance. Everyone was stunned. This young precious tree was astonishing after all. Honglong. At the same time, Shuri activated his dual pupils, releasing sky-collapsing energy, making the space before him shatter, leaving those people shocked. Dual pupils opened heaven and earth. It was known as an undefeated legend. Back then, when Shao fought with this cousin, he almost died. After that battle, he was crippled for more than half a year, recovering in Stone Village. That was the most bitter battle he had experienced. Meanwhile, at that time, Shuri still couldn't display the dual pupil's ultimate attack, instead using the Supreme Being Bone's power. Others didn't know about Shuri's strength, but Shao was deeply aware. This cousin who stood against him once was definitely deep and immeasurable. The other side's powerful beings were all shocked, feeling like they underestimated Imperial Pass, underestimating their cultivator's strength. At the very least, the male who held the precious tree was a threat. His movements were powerful, releasing an extremely dangerous aura. That young man with dual pupils was also extremely astonishing. The fluctuations that rippled outwards right now were intimidating. Qi. A streak of sword light flickered past. That precious furnace was cut through, almost split in half. Blood gushed out. Qi Menghong was suppressed, about to be killed. Those youngsters quickly rushed forward. While on this side, exiled Immortal and 10-crown king also took action again. Magical force boundless. Hong. At the critical moment, the supreme beings behind both sides also moved, releasing divine light. Meng Tianzhang was extremely decisive. Using the 10 realms diagram, the war banner soaked in the blood of immortal kings and others, covering the high heavens. The other side is nothing more than this. You all can't take a loss, he shouted. Pong! The supreme beings took action. Great desert shaking intensely, void blasted open. The youngsters who wanted to rush over all backed up, not daring to approach. Qi Menghong released a long roar. A fist-sized blood beast rushed out from the inside of the damaged furnace. It had a flood dragon head and a lion body, dripping with blood. His body didn't have hair. It instead had sharp spurs that pointed out. This was precisely the time beast. Now its primordial spirit rushed out, roaring at Sure Hao. Time is a blade. Eradicate the pride of heaven. He went all out. At this point, with life and death threatened, he had nothing else, had to use his own divine ability. The fiery red time beast roared there. That was a primordial spirit, displaying the most terrifying time natural laws, fighting bloodily against Sure Hao. Reincarnate the old world. Bury and annihilate past and present. Kill. Sure Hao released a low shout. Time fragments danced about, revolving in his surroundings, and then they poured forward. At the same time, the scarlet blade in his hand struck out with full power. Pong! The collision was intense, noise terrifying, blazing radiance shining everywhere. This place was surrounded, completely erupting. These were time symbols that were erupting. Everyone was shocked, incredibly shaken. In the end, the supreme beings didn't fight, both sides remaining silent, watching these two fight. Hong! Time fragments exploded. The two of them reappeared in this place. Qi Menghong flew out, returning to human form. His body was covered in blood, a bloody hole in his chest that was connected from front to back. Sure Hao raised his hand, pointing the scarlet sword at him from the distance, walking over step by step. Who was strong and who was weak, it was easy to see. Seniors. Some of the younger generation looked towards the supreme beings. Were they going to just watch as Qi Menghong died? However, those people didn't move, not taking action, remaining silent. It's too late. Qi Menghong already can't continue living. Huang is terrifying as expected. A middle-aged individual said with a sigh. Qi Menghong returned to human form, no longer a furnace. Blood dripped out from the space between his brows, head pierced through. Meanwhile, that primordial spirit, even though it was outside, not inside its body, there was a sword injury on it, covered in cracks. Even if he can't live, he can't be humiliated like this. We can't just watch as Huang cuts him down, Wu Kuan said. His head of hair was thick, figure sturdy like an iron tower. He walked over step by step. At the same time, Yu's entire body shone, becoming resplendent like a blazing sun, floating into the sky. He also pressed forward, suppressing Sure Hao, wishing to stop him. Suagu and Qing Kuan also moved, heading there step by step, making the world tremble in response. When he saw that 10-crown king, exiled immortal, Sure Yi, and the others were about to take action again, Sure Hao stopped them, saying, "Just let me test out these Emperor clan's divine abilities and ancestral methods alone first." This wasn't empty talk, but rather that he really wanted to challenge them. This time, the supreme beings didn't interfere, all of them just watching. Hong Long, Wu Kuan and the others released powerful fluctuations, engulfing towards Sure Hao, wishing to suppress him. They definitely couldn't allow Sure Hao to cut down Qi Menghong in front of everyone. Let him bring him away like prey. Too late. Sure Hao spoke these two words. He lightly brandished the scarlet blade in his hands. He didn't attack, only casually making that motion. Pong! Qi Menghong's primordial spirit, that fist-sized blood beast, directly exploded, turning into a rain of blood, and then disappeared. Pooh! Then, Qi Menghong's head fell, blood gushing high into the air from his neck. He didn't even attack, yet the Emperor clan's younger generation lost his life just like that, falling. Everyone turned pale with fright. In the intense exchange just now, Qi Menghong was already cut, but he forcefully condensed his spirit so he didn't immediately collapse. Another elder said with a sigh, feeling pity for Qi Menghong. That was a heaven-warping genius who came from an emperor clan, yet in the end he was killed by Huang just like that. Who dared fight him? At this moment, everyone shivered inwardly. Huang was indeed terrifying, saying he would kill an emperor clan and really doing it. Shua! Divine light swept out. As soon as the time beast's original body was revealed, it was collected by Shi Hao. Right now, he was just one person, yet he actually broke out of the encirclement of young emperor clan experts, seizing his spoils of war. Wu Kuan, Yu Yu, Suagu, and Qin Kuan. The four of them had chilly expressions on their faces. Shi Hao cut down Qi Menghong right before their faces. Who is willing to go kill him? Wu Kuan asked. Being from emperor clans, they had their pride. They were extremely arrogant, naturally not willing to surround and attack a single person. You all should just come at me together. Let me kill to my heart's content. Shi Hao took the initiative to attack. Honglong. Precious techniques erupted, attacking the four great experts at the same time. Resplendent divine multicolored light surrounded all of them within. Arrogant! Yu Yu shouted out, condensing a magic imprint, the first to make a move, rushing out murderously. At the same time, Suagu's face sunk. He rushed out from the back, sending a fist towards Shi Hao's back, wishing to smash straight through him. Pong! Wu Kuan's entire body released dark light, horrifying to the extreme. His body was like a steel pagoda, arriving from the air. His palm blade was like a rainbow, hacking towards Shi Hao, wishing to cut him down. The four great experts actually all moved, taking action together. Magical force surged, the aura suppressing all creatures at this level. They attacked Huang together. Even though they were arrogant, they wouldn't be bound by any conventions. Since Huang was this domineering, then they'll just use this chance to take his life. The magical imprint was powerful, as if an undying mountain was crushing down. Yu Yu attacked from the front, his palm and fingers transforming. They reached over from the distance, turning into a great mountain that seemed to support the heavens, one that seemed as if it was the everlasting backbone of heaven and earth. Hong! This was extremely strange. It was clearly a palm, yet in the end, it turned into a great mountain along the way, many times more vast than a true great peak. Suppress! He shouted out, his voice ringing in all directions. The great hand crushed down, covering the heavens, absolutely horrifying. Dong! Right now, the expression on Shi Hao's face was calm, completely unflustered. His right hand produced a fist imprint, and then directly sent it smashing over. The two clashed, the sky and earth turning upside down, immortals weeping and devils sobbing. A rain of blood pouring down on this world. Many scenes of gods and devils falling appeared. This was like the last phase of an age, this scene a result of their exchange. That mountain was like the backbone of heaven and earth, smashed apart by a primal chaos god, collapsing, heaven and earth capsizing. As a result, the universe split apart to pieces, the clans of the heavens scattered, eradicated. This was Yu Yu's inheritance, the unmatched divine might of his clan's undying king. He had previously used a palm to wipe out a great realm, leaving behind an inextinguishable imprint. Now, when a descendants displayed this divine ability, scenes of the past would appear. Shi Hao was powerful and heroic. He raised his hand to face this emperor clan's inherited ancestral method, facing it head-on. The massive divine mountain collapsed, blasted back. On the other side, Suagu's fist arrived, five-colored brilliance spreading outwards. Among them, golden light was the most brilliant, as if a monarch rushed across the sky, striking at Shi Hao's back. This fist was too domineering, terrifyingly ferocious. Heaven and earth collapsed, disintegrating under that fist, that area entering a state of silence. Fist intent reached into the heavens. Suagu was extremely direct, displaying an unmatched ancestral method. All of it displayed on this fist, fully releasing his clan's brilliance. How didn't turn around, only naturally backing up, and then in a decisive and resolute manner, he sent his right elbow backwards. Hong Long. Resplendent divine light erupted. Electricity overflowed. This was the lightning emperor precious technique displayed by him. It smashed towards Suagu's fist. This type of arrogance and this type of judgment were extremely astonishing. One had to understand that this was an emperor clan's attack. Yet he didn't even turn around. After facing Yu head-on, he dealt with Suagu's attack with his back towards him. In that instant, lightning overflowed. A lightning pool appeared, releasing endless lightning along Hao's right arm towards his back. Hong Long. Suagu's fist collided with that elbow, the power shocking the heavens and moving the earth, interweaving, raging flames burning the 9 heavens. It was just too dazzling. Nobody could see the situation there, because this was a clash of natural laws between the most powerful, moreover a confrontation of the physical body, chance of blood flowing at every turn, deciding life and death. Under the fist radiance between the lightning, Suagu was bathed in divine radiance. He released a roar, his other hand also moving, turning into a terrifying sharp claw, grabbing towards the top of Hao's head. Pong! However, Hao seemed to have expected this. His back was still facing him, but his other hand was long waiting there. He carried time fragments, activating the Reincarnation divine ability, grabbing towards that claw with a reverse grip. Hong! 5-colored brilliance erupted between the two. Lightning and time fragments danced about, making this place explode. Then, like 2 streaks of lightning, they separated, each rushing in a certain direction. Hand over your life! Wu Kuan arrived. He was a zhang in height, his body covered in tough muscles, extremely imposing. Long hair was scattered behind him, making him look like a world-shocking demonic god, eyes cold like sharp blades. His palm blade was covered densely in symbols, moreover with sacrificial sounds coming from it, the voices of all clans, from past to present, worshipping undying kings. This was the embodiment of the clan's ancient ancestors' glorious Tao, some of it revealed even through his descendants. This scene was extremely shocking. Wu Kuan's palm blade split the heavens, tearing through everything. Unknown just how many tens of thousands of li in length the blade radiance extended. It cut through everything here like it was dividing a world into 2. Dong! When faced with this attack, Hao remained completely composed. His right arm moved out with a light brush, the blade radiance actually scattered. There was a type of impervious to all methods type of might. Solitary Buddha 8 forms, he was using this type of divine ability. It was glorious and dignified, precious appearance divine, as if an immortal Buddha descended onto this world, wishing to transcend above all things. Hao struck out towards Wu Kuan, continuously exchanging blows with him. At the same time, Hao's entire body shone, time fragments erupting. He wouldn't hold back when facing the Emperor clan's young experts, going all out, using the Reincarnation divine ability. Wu Kuan's head of purple hair flew about, making him look like a fiend. He was berserk and incomparable, roaring out, blade energy moving heaven and earth, about to cut through time, see the everlasting. This was extremely shocking. He was actually cutting time fragments with blade energy, leaving all sides intimidated. A low roar sounded, the void warping. Qin Kuan arrived. He exposed a portion of his original body, a bird head, black wings moving about. The heavens collapsed and the earth split. Even though he had a human race torso, the bird race's distinctive traits appeared. This was especially the case when he released a long roar, wings moving, diving over, everything around him collapsing. This black demonic bird was like a giant black sun, crossing the sky dome. When it opened its mouth, its bird beak swallowed the heavens, even sucking in some meteorites from outer space, entering its mouth. This scene was horrifying. There were even moons that directly disappeared because of this. Could swallow the sun and moon, refine away the universe. Wherever it passed, the sky became blurry, eaten by it. The 9 heavens had descendants of this clan, but their bloodlines were not pure at all. After countless generations went past, the ones known as heaven-swallowing sparrows, compared to it really weren't worth anything. Honglong, heaven-swallowing emperor clan. This clan was unstoppable. In the ancient times, it had devoured an entire great world, destroying all life. Qin Kuan slaughtered his way over, refining meteorites, moons, and others, producing a sea of essence energy. Even the void was being swallowed and melted down. It displayed the power of all things in the world. The more it devoured, the more it could release. Hong. All things in heaven and earth, the sea of stars in the heavens, right now it all appeared together. This clan's divine might was unmatched. Even though he was only a young creature, he still possessed shocking talent. One could imagine the might its ancestor displayed when it swallowed a great realm. Back then, the reason the 9 heavens 10 earths were broken down was precisely because of this clan's great ancestor. It had previously swallowed it in one go, moreover refined it, but was then stopped. A great battle started. Sure Hao fought for enemies alone. At this time, his body shone, divine chains of order shooting out in all directions, divine bravery unmatched. Every move he made was powerful, not backing up at all, carrying out a world-shocking confrontation with them. Everyone was moved, eyes shining brilliantly. A single person was fighting for emperor clans. Just how astonishing was this? How many years had it been since such a glorious battle had reappeared? There were only legends of such things from the last great era. In this world, where did they ever see something like this? Imperial Pass. On the city walls, everyone was shaken. It wasn't that they didn't know Huang was strong, but only today did they realize just what kind of level he had reached. He could actually face the emperor clans with his own strength. This was a legend among legends, a true undefeated legend. Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others were talking quietly, muttering. This result exceeded their expectations, making them stirred up. Even the Wang family who bore hostility against Sure Hao became quiet, the 9 dragons not uttering a word. Wang Shi's beautiful eyes focused, her mind a bit shaken. This was a world-shocking battle accomplishment. On the other side, the cultivators of all clans were stunned. These were emperor clans. They were the symbol of unrivaled, able to command the world under the sky. Who dared to show them disrespect? In their generation, as long as they appeared, who could contend against them? However, right now, there was someone over there, facing for great emperor clan inheritors alone, invincible, fighting intensely against them, as if a prehistoric legend had reappeared. This was too shocking. Many people on the other side were moved. The youngster's body even more so became rigid, only his soul trembling. It was because this was too shocking, toppling everything they knew. Emperor clans, the unmatched clans, were challenged today by someone. Regardless of whether Huang won or lost, he had already slaughtered out his brilliance, his unique unmatched glory. Sure Hao was attacked from all sides by 4 great enemies, fighting a life and death struggle. Yet he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, instead being excited, war blood ignited. He wanted to test out his own Dao results. He temporarily threw aside all other thoughts, only wishing to fight this battle, see the limits of his own potential, and then kill the 4 great experts. This was a type of conviction of being unequaled. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely become stupefied. Being attacked from all sides by 4 great emperor clans, what others would hope for was to survive. Yet he wanted to prove what he had learned, moreover kill all of his enemies. A bird cry sounded. The demonic bird Qin Kuan turned into swallowed the heavens and earth, sucking Sure Hao inside with a single gulp, refining him there. Hong! Sure Hao erupted, his entire body blazing with symbols, becoming brilliant and dazzling. A fist smashed out, about to blast apart that giant bird's beak. Qin Kuan immediately opened his mouth. A sea of divine chains sprayed out from its mouth. They were like hundreds of thousands of divine spears, covering heaven and earth, unleashing the most deadly attack. Dang dang dang. In the deafening sound, Sure Hao withstood the attack, sparks flying in all directions. He was cutting down the divine chains of order. At the same time, Wu Kuan and Yu Yu also slaughtered their way over, surrounding Hao, wishing to kill him on the spot. Light was released in endless streaks, Emperor clan experts attacking from all sides, all of them using the most powerful divine abilities. At this moment, Hao's situation was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would result in death. Hong. Sure enough, during this battle of life and death, when attacked from all sides by 4 great experts, even someone as powerful as Hao felt extremely strained. At this time, Suogu obtained an opportunity, releasing a ferocious attack. Pong! Hao didn't move out of the way this time, taking the hit from the back. Blood flowed out from his mouth. This triggered everyone's shock. Imperial Pass. On the city walls, everyone's hearts were raised to their throats. Meanwhile, the other side's cultivators cheered, becoming extremely excited. Hong! Hao rushed into the heavens, symbols covering his body. He was like a resurrected war god, world-shocking killing intent overflowing into the heavens, becoming even more terrifying than before. That is, everyone was stupefied. It was because the moment Hao rushed into the air, many people discovered with shock that Suogu also followed. His fist was stuck to Hao's back, not separating. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Then, they discovered that there were many divine chains on Hao's back. A golden willow tree appeared on his back, binding Suogu, preventing him from immediately withdrawing. Did Huang take this blow on purpose? A few people were shocked, asking skeptically like this. We should settle things. Back then, when we were competing over the rotten wooden chest, you even chased after me. Today, it's time to decide things. Hao said with a sunken voice. Back then, when he was in Divine Medicine Mountain Range, at the borders of Burial Earth, a young Emperor clan expert had fought with him to seize the wooden chest. That was precisely Suogu. Moreover, Suogu, together with many other foreign cultivators, had even chased him into Heavenly Beast Forest, wishing to kill Hao. Today, now that they met again, it was time to settle an old debt. Hong! Hao released divine, multicolored light. All types of precious techniques appeared. Beautiful feather-like natural laws covered the sky, rushing out from his body. He was like a reborn true phoenix rising into the sky. They fought intensely. Even though the other 3 great experts rushed over, they couldn't stop Hao's berserk frenzy. He was like a world-shocking demon lord. A pair of Kuan Peng wings appeared, splitting the heavens. His body bathed in lightning, time symbols surrounding his body. A small golden tree appeared behind his head, willow deity technique activating, protecting his body. Right now, Hao's techniques all appeared, impervious to all methods. Hong! In the final moment, him and Suogu tangled together. With a vicious tear, a pu sound, blood radiance splashed out, forcibly ripping this Emperor clan youth's body in half. The great desert shook, all clans shocked. Under this type of situation, Huang actually killed an Emperor clan. This was while he was surrounded and attacked. The other 3 great experts were furious, attacking crazily. Just now, they actually couldn't break through Hao's defenses, only able to watch as Suogu was killed, blood raining down. Hao released a great roar. While bathed in Emperor clan blood, he flung aside the 2 halves that were torn open. Like an unrivaled demonic god, cold lightning shot out from his eyes, locking onto the other 3 great experts. Huang stood in the air, bathed in the true blood of an Emperor clan. He was like a reincarnated war god. A long roar sounded, wind and clouds all around him stirring. His body was resplendent, flowing with dazzling brilliance. Right now, every strand of his hair was sparkling, eyes like electricity, making him look heroic and intimidating. So, the 3 Emperor clan experts all arrived, fighting with him. Their faces were all cold, carrying killing intent, as well as a wave of unsuppressible rage. It was because after today's battle, regardless of whether he won or lost, Huang's name would definitely resound through both worlds, perhaps enter the records of history. He was just one person, yet he challenged 4 great Emperor clans alone, moreover killing one. Just how dazzling of battle accomplishment was this? Meanwhile, they all became the accompaniment that made him look even better. Even if they defeated Huang now, it would still be difficult for them to appear brilliant. For 3 people to join up together, it was completely an unfair advantage. Kill! Qin Kuan shouted, the first to move. Right now, he had a human form torso, but his bird characteristics also appeared. He had a bird herd and black wings that covered the sun and sky, diving at Sure Hao. The other 2 also displayed ancestral techniques, killing intent surging. However, at this moment the most shocking weren't them, but rather an ancient pagoda. It abruptly appeared out of the void, falling down above Sure Hao's head, suppressing downwards. That aura and that type of power would definitely make self-release realm cultivators' faces go pale. It carried wisps of supreme being aura. This was a magical artifact. It was extremely astonishing. Despite not being a supreme being artifact, it wasn't far off. The pagoda body flowed with brilliance, metal aura rich, carrying a bloodiness. It was a great vicious weapon. Hong! It was too sudden, crushing down just like that, wishing to suppress and kill Sure Hao below. It was because its level was extremely high, exceeding the cultivation levels of those here, possessing immeasurable power. I was waiting for you. Sure Hao didn't panic, actually speaking like this. With a zhung sound, a sword core flew out from his body, releasing ascension light, killing intent endless. With a dang noise, this sword core hacked down on the ancient pagoda, making it shake, sending it flying into the sky. This was the everlasting sword core, an extremely strange artifact. It never took the initiative to display power, becoming powerful only when it faced the strong. When Sure Hao obtained the imperishable scripture back then, encountering He Wushuang, he was actually able to use it to hold off the immortal smelting pot. Now, he activated the sword core, sending that pagoda flying. Suagu, you can die already. Your last hope of survival has been squandered as well. Sure Hao said coldly. Dang. In the sky, it was as if primal chaos thunder rumbled, making everyone's ears feel intense pain, their souls trembling. That was a sword core exerting power, turning into an expanse of radiance, hacking down fiercely towards the ancient pagoda. Everyone was stupefied. Wasn't Suagu killed? However, everyone quickly understood that Suagu's body had been torn apart, primordial spirit destroyed, but he hadn't fully died yet. There was still a trace of true spirit that hid within his weapon. This pagoda was definitely extraordinary, able to suppress all those of the same generation. Not long ago, Suagu had berated Great Sutua, Chigu, and others, moreover activating this pagoda to suppress them. At the crucial moment, Ten Crown King took action, using the world tree sapling to send it flying. Hong Long. That pagoda shook intensely, rumbling after being hacked at by the sword core, releasing dazzling brilliance. Kill! Wu Kuan, Yu Yu, and Qin Kuan roared, moving together. Now that they saw a chance to save Suagu, they naturally went all out to stop Sure Hao from dealing the killing blow. As long as Suagu's true spirit could be preserved, with an Emperor clan's methods, it should be able to bring him back to life. This was especially the case when, even though his flesh had been ripped in half, it was still there, able to further nurture his divine consciousness. Unfortunately, they were too late. Even though the 3 great experts were providing assistance, they already couldn't change anything. Sure Hao released a roar that shook the world. From him at the center, endless golden flames raged, burning viciously, wreaking havoc here. Hong Long Long. Lightning rumbled, resounding through the clouds. This wasn't golden fire, but lightning. Sure Hao erupted, displaying the lightning divine ability to its limit. There was a lightning pool that rose and fell within, releasing the power of destruction. The lightning was golden. When it gathered together, it was like a flame, burning heaven and earth. The everlasting sword core hacked down, forcing out Suagu's true spirit, making it separate from the ancient pagoda. After all, that was only a remnant will, not a complete primordial spirit. Using words that are a bit more unpleasant, it was similar to a lone soul, so how could it stop that type of power? The sword core forcibly blasted it out from that weapon. Ah! Suagu's true spirit screamed, devoured by the golden flames. This was lightning Dao power for spiritual consciousness-type entities. It posed the greatest threat, directly killing the true spirit. Pa! This true spirit shook. It was in the form of a beast, Suagu's original appearance. In the end, it was instantly swallowed up by the golden flames, burned to ashes. Suagu still died, unable to escape his fate. Hong! That pagoda rumbled, sent flying by that sword core. In the end, it smashed into the great desert, releasing endless raging waves, sand flying into the heavens. It's now Yual's turn. Shuhao's black hair was dyed in gold, entire body covered in resplendent symbols, carrying raging flames, heaven overflowing killing intent. He slaughtered out murderously. Even without him provoking them, the three of them had long activated extreme secret techniques, going all out. This was a great battle, one that shocked heaven and earth. The emperor clans joined hands, 3 heroes fighting Huang. They all risked it all, not like before. It was because even Suagu died. If they continued to hold back, not releasing their full power, then that would be unforgivable. Earlier, they still felt that attacking Huang from all sides was an unfair advantage, their pride stopping them from going all out, but now they flung all those thoughts aside, fighting until their eyes went red, soaring like dragons and tigers. This was a great battle, a clash to decide who was the most powerful in the younger generation. The emperor clans made their appearance in the world, fighting a decisive battle with Huang. In the past, whenever an emperor clan fought, it would be recorded, used as a textbook war example for others to study. Now, 3 emperor clan experts appeared at the same time to fight a single person. This was naturally even more rare, worth recording. Kill! Qin Kuan roared, his massive demon bird body devouring the sun and moon. When he opened his mouth, the meteorites in outer space were all swallowed into his mouth, melted down into essence energy to replenish himself. Pooh! Great Tao laws were released. It was like a great black sun, entire body covered in symbols, wings pitch black, flowing with black light. Right now, he released the most powerful aura. Pooh! As he roared, black symbols pervaded the air, filling Shuhao's surroundings, melting down this place. Heaven-devouring emperor clan, able to refine away all things. Someone released a light sigh. This type of method was heaven-defying, able to burn away an enemy in the void. Pong! Shuhao produced a barrier of light, as if impervious to all methods. Behind him, a small golden tree shone, branches extending endlessly, scattering down, forcing back the dark light. Yu attacked from the back, his palm enormous like that of a world-splitting giant. When the palm descended, the sky dome cracked apart, stars trembling. That was his magical projection. His real body was about the same height as Shuhao's, but his projection's aura was world-shocking, terrifying beyond compare. Pong! Shuhao pointed out. Streak after streak of divine chains of order flew up, released from the little tree behind his head, piercing through the void, stopping that palm, about to stab through. Hand over your life! Wu Kuan roared, his figure robust and sturdy, a zhang in height. His muscles swelled, as if small snakes were crawling all over his body, bronze skin flowing with precious light. Right now, his head of purple hair danced about chaotically, pupils contracting like crosses, extremely terrifying. An extreme aura spread over. Right now, he was ferocious and also tyrannical, every move powerful, fighting intensely against Shuhao. His palm blades were like rainbow light, continuously hacking down, blade energy able to cut through the sky dome. Shuhao resisted, fighting a great battle against him. Dong! Without a doubt, the current Wu Kuan was the most vicious. Apart from his ancestral methods being astonishing, his magical force powerful, his physical body was also ridiculously strong. Dang! Wu Kuan activated a weapon. Above his head floated a violet gold divine bell. It rumbled with noise. With each shake, ripples would fly out, wishing to blast Shuhao to pieces. Apart from this, there was a long blade in his hand, dazzling white and intimidating. Each time it swept out, the blade energy would be like a sea, drowning the skies. He activated 2 secret treasures with his powerful flesh, attack and defense as one, fully displaying his Emperor clan inheritance as he attacked Shi Hao. In the skies, Qin Kuan spiraled about, black feathers moving. Streak after streak of dark light continuously shot down. It provided support attacks, greatly interfering with Shi Hao's attacks. Yu also continuously released heavy blows, moreover carving symbols in the void, wishing to seal this place, put Shi Hao in a dangerous situation. Shi Hao's eyes erupted with divine light. The Kuan Peng wings behind him shook fiercely, all types of precious techniques surging around him, symbols concentrated like an ocean wave. This heaven and earth thus became dazzling to the extreme. Chang. During this process, he constructed a great bow out of lightning, producing 3 heads and 6 arms, fighting against Wu Kuan, stopping Yu, and most importantly, wishing to shoot down Qin Kuan. Roar! Wu Kuan roared out like a demonic god. He turned into a 1,000-hand demonic sovereign, palm imprints flying out, crushing the void, smashing murderously at Shi Hao. Shi Hao released a light shout. The golden little tree behind him released endless branches, sparkling and replete. Then, they all suddenly went taut, all of them turning into spears, stabbing forward. He used the Willow Deity technique, simultaneously restricting Wu Kuan and Yu, and then focused all of his strength on shooting down the heaven-swallowing Emperor clan expert Qin Kuan. Qi. The great bow was made from lightning, strong and powerful, flickering with lightning radiance. A terrifying aura spread from it. With a wave of his hand, thousands of streaks of lightning flew over, gathering at the tip of his finger, turning into a divine arrow. It was placed on the bow, and then it was forcefully drawn, shot into the sky. Wang! Heaven and earth directly collapsed from being shot at. This type of scene was unimaginable, truly shocking. Everyone was stunned. It was like a real precious artifact, the power perhaps even greater. Shooting at a demonic bird in the sky like this really was a bit too shocking. No, this is heavenly tribulation. He actually drew down a true instance of lightning judgment. In the distance, someone cried in alarm. This was the basis of the weapon Shi Hao forged from lightning. Right now, he pushed his own strength to the peak, actually guiding down heavenly tribulation. Thus, he gathered all of his power, displaying the lightning emperor precious technique, deriving heavenly punishment like this, shooting at the demonic bird in the skies. I am from an emperor clan. Not even heavenly tribulation can stop me. Qin Kuan roared out. It beat its wings, tearing apart the sky dome, resisting the thunder radiance. Emperor clan, every single one of them were extremely powerful, naturally able to cross heavenly tribulation. Kill! Shi Hao roared out. The power of that arrow made the sun and moon lose brilliance. Hong! He shot down the sky dome, an arrow shooting past, actually blasting through Qin Kuan's body, blood splashing extremely high into the air. Everyone was stunned. It was just a single arrow, yet it was going to shoot down Qin Kuan, carrying out judgment in place of the heavens? In the distance, someone cried out in alarm. He merged many methods, not just the lightning Dao, there are other secret methods. It contains the most powerful attack. A supreme being said, revealing the truth. However, what was surprising was that this time, none of them stopped it, quietly watching them fight. Pooh! Qin Kuan roared furiously, blood surging. His body was shot through. Qi! In the skies, the arrows were concentrated. Shi Hao quickly fired arrows, shooting out 12 arrows in succession. Among them, 3 directly hit the enemy. Qin Kuan was furious. This was a great humiliation. As a member of an emperor clan known to be able to devour everything, today he was actually shot at by someone, treated like an ordinary bird. This was unforgivable. Only those arrows were too terrifying, carrying many types of great Tao natural laws, difficult to evade, locking down heaven and earth. Pooh! He was struck again, his chest penetrated. His heart blood gushed out, suffering from the most terrifying blow. I'll kill you first, and then take the other 2's heads, Shi Hao shouted. Wang! Another arrow shot out. This time everyone felt it deeply. It was because they saw that it wasn't only lightning, but rather also contained time fragments. This was a culmination of Hao's precious techniques after all, merged together to release immeasurable divine might. In the skies, the black demonic bird shrunk. Qing Kuan didn't dare make its magic projection too big, because that would only make itself too big of a target. Even if its movements were fast like lightning, it was still hard for him to dodge. However, this time he still couldn't evade it, still died in blood, its body shot through. It was because the arrows contained reincarnation symbols and time fragments, interfering with time-space. It was hard to avoid. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Qing Kuan was absolutely furious. Left, right, up, down, front back. My power can devour the universe. The black demonic bird released a long cry. Qing Kuan exerted power, all of his black feathers burning. Grand scripture sounds rang out. He was displaying secret methods, isolating Hao, making him feel as if he entered a swamp. The surrounding void was melted, disappearing. Meanwhile, Hao was naturally about to be melted away as well. This was the secret method of Qing Kuan's clan, able to devour heaven and earth. Pang! Right at this moment, Wu Kuan broke free from the willow deity branches formed from natural laws. The heavenly blade in his hands hacked down. Huang! Hand over your life. At the same time, Yu also shouted. Qing Kuan moved his wings, joining forces with the other two great experts, going all out against Hao. Hao was in a bad situation. The scripture symbols of three great emperor clans surrounded him, submerging him underneath. The three great experts didn't hold back in the slightest, using the most powerful forbidden methods. Hong! Inside Hao's body, clear light swirled about, releasing a wave of special power. This was his abdomen, the sea of reincarnation and the potential the gates within his body released. He supported a screen of light, protecting himself using the body as a seed. He fully activated the power in his body, moreover displaying magical force through several types of the most powerful precious techniques. Hao faced these attacks head-on. Then, he still chose to attack Qing Kuan, as if he wouldn't stop until he was dead. For the sake of achieving this, he even took a blow from Wu Kuan's blade energy, his body staggering backwards. He drew his bow, determined to shoot down the other side. Qing Kuan was furious. Did Huang think he was easy to bully? That he was a pushover? Kill! Qing Kuan roared angrily, many black feathers appearing on his body like sharp swords. Then they released zhang noises, shooting towards Hao. Qi! However, what left him stunned was that Huang actually rushed into the heavens. Kuan Peng wings moving behind him, lightning symbols flickering about his hands, reincarnation symbols covering his chest, a golden small tree appearing behind him. Hao targeted him, not hesitating to take on the other two's heavy blows during this process. Huang was like a banished immortal, powerful and intimidating, erupting with the most dazzling radiance. Hong! All types of precious techniques Hao possessed were activated, as if he was an imperial monarch who looked down on all under heaven. He carried a threatening power, displaying the 6 Tao reincarnation's heavenly art. He blasted aside Wu Kuan and Yu Yu's blockade, directly slaughtering his way into the heavens, focused on eliminating Qing Kuan. He merged many types of precious techniques inside, opening the 6 paths of Tao, making time move in reverse, lightning interweave, Kuan Peng power tearing apart the heavens. Hao used all of his cultivation to fight that demonic bird. Where do you think you are going? Wu Kuan shouted. The long blade in his hands brandished out, blade radiance surging, hacking into Hao's back. However, it was stopped by an expanse of symbols, his body not cut in half. Yu shouted and his palms smashed out, releasing deafening noises. It was as if great imprints crushed down, also striking at Hao's back. Hong! By Hao's back, resplendent brilliance erupted, protecting him, resisting these two individuals' attacks. However, he still coughed out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed back and forth, but he endured it. He pressed forward, fighting a bloody battle with Qing Kuan. Right now, Kuan Peng wings appeared on Hao's back, making him look like a vicious bird. Only, his wings weren't real, but rather constructed from interweaving magical force. 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art was released, the power who knew how many times greater than before. As Shao's cultivation became more profound, his understanding towards this type of heavenly art became increasingly refined. Just an ancient heavenly art, yet you want to suppress me? Qing Kuan released a low roar. He used an Emperor clan's secret method, his body's surroundings turning into a true black sun. Right at this time, it also produced its own weapon, a heavenly spear that was pitch black like ink, attacking Shao. Hong! Heaven and earth trembled. The two's powerful collision made this place explode to pieces. Huang, where do you think you are going? Meanwhile, right at this time, Wu Kuan and Yu chased over, surrounding him again. However, the situation became a bit different. Blood flowed out from the corners of Qing Kuan's mouth. After truly clashing, he was seriously injured from the blow, body contorting slightly. Precisely this drop of blood. A drop of blood appeared on the corners of Shao's fingertip. This was Qing Kuan's essence blood. Then he released a roar. Symbols covered everything in his surroundings, several divine arrows appearing at the same time. There was one condensed from Kuan Peng magical force, one created from lightning, one constructed from reincarnation symbols. He smeared that drop of blood over the arrows and then fired. Vow of death. Shoot him down. Shao released a low roar, activating his body's cultivation. Then he produced several arrows, all of them full of Qing Kuan's aura. 6 Dao Reincarnations, kill? Shao released a loud shout. The 6 arrows spun about, no longer fired through a great bow, but rather out of 6 black holes, flying at Qing Kuan. Then, Shao no longer paid him any attention, turning around to fight the other two. How could it be like this? Qing Kuan was horrified. He couldn't escape at all, the body-protecting barriers were useless. When the first arrow flew over, then pierced through his body, something terrifying happened. It exploded. Hong! A Kuan Peng exploded by Qing Kuan's shoulder, blasting off an arm, turning it into a bloody mist, crippling him. Pooh! Then, a second arrow flew over, shooting into his chest. An expanse of time fragments danced about, erupting there, making him quickly age, the hole in his chest connected from front to back. 6 Dao Reincarnations, it was actually derived to this extent. In the distance, there were people who were shaken. Huang was too strong, able to support these precious techniques to this extent with the 6 Dao Reincarnations at such a young age. It really was terrifying. Ah! Qing Kuan roared out. He was struggling, trying to escape, but he just couldn't. Another arrow flew over, exploding there. It turned into a willow tree, the branches like silk, wrapping around him. Pooh! Then, another arrow flew over, penetrating his body, blasting him apart. Hong Long! In the end, the 6 black holes suddenly merged, becoming one, covering Qing Kuan within, imprisoning him. Explode! Shao shouted. The black hole exploded, erupting with endless divine might, blasting Qing Kuan until he was split apart into pieces. This was especially the case when, under PU sounds, 6 divine arrows appeared there, flickering about. They flew past in the void, all of them shooting into Qing Kuan's head. Pooh! He died a violent death. Head turned into a blast of bloody mist, the headless corpse falling down from the skies. Qing Kuan was killed. Brazen! On the other side, Wu Kuan and Yu were furious. Eyes widened as they watched this scene. They actually had no way of stopping this. The 6 Dao Reincarnation's heavenly art was derived to this extent, completely not what cultivators at this cultivation level should be able to release. It's you two's turn, Shao said coldly. His body had blood on it, but it wasn't his, all of it blood from his enemies that splashed onto his body. He activated several types of secret techniques, attacking with the solitary Buddha 8 forms. The 3 of them tangled about each other, all of them fighting for their lives. Shao wasn't all that better off. A strand of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips, because just now, when he killed Qing Kuan, his consumption was too great. For the sake of killing the other side as quickly as possible, he almost sucked his magical force dry. Meanwhile, he still had to deal with Wu Kuan and Yu Yu, which was why the pressure he faced was so great. Fortunately, with the body as a seed, his potential was endless. After just adjusting himself a bit, his body surged with spiritual energy again. Honglong. Great battles happened continuously, a life and death clash carried out. From the start until now, over 1,000 moves had already been exchanged. Fortunately, Hao already killed 2 of the Emperor clan experts. Kill! When the battle reached more than 2,000 moves, Hao released a low roar. At this moment, when he used the solitary Buddha 8 forms, his palm suddenly erupted with brilliance. He integrated the imperishable scripture, flesh immediately becoming powerful to the extreme. With a pu sound, Yu's magical imprint was blasted through, palm becoming badly mangled, unable to match Huang. Dang! At the same time, Hao's fist smashed through Wu Kuan's long blade, barehandedly forcing it back. Moreover, with a dong sound, it smashed into the violet gold great bell above Wu Kuan's head. The bell waves released, splitting the sky dome. Wu Kuan's body staggered, backing up. Kill! Hao released a low roar. He targeted Yu, slaughtering his way over again. Wu Kuan was shocked. Even though he was blasted flying, he immediately charged back. He really was scared that Hao would kill another Emperor clan. Honglong. Another intense clash was carried out. The 3 individuals continued to tangle about each other. However, the battle still came to an end. When Hao pushed the imperishable scripture to the limit, his flesh became terrifyingly great, his fist radiance especially tearing apart the sky dome. Pooh! Then, his fist blasted through Yu's chest, making him explode. In the sky, a rain of blood scattered down, the scene extremely terrifying. Ah! Yu roared out, full of unwillingness. He quickly reassembled his body, flesh and essence blood flowing in reverse, piecing himself together. However, before he had time to roar out again, Hao's right fist carried a domain, smashing over. Pong! Hao's fist descended, blasting that person apart. This time, he could no longer reassemble his true body. It was because Hao's fist fully destroyed his primordial spirit with this attack, the flesh bursting apart. I don't want anything human form, Hao said, not leaving his body behind. It's now your turn. Hao stared at Wu Kuan. Several types of precious techniques erupted, protecting his body. Meanwhile, the imperishable scripture's symbols appeared on his arms. Unstoppable. He slaughtered his way forward. Dang! In the end, Hao barehandedly stopped Wu Kuan's long blade, shattering the blade body. Dang! Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that he blasted through that violet great bell with a single punch as well, shattering Wu Kuan's defensive magic treasure. Kill! Hao roared. His fist flew over, penetrating Wu Kuan. Blood flew everywhere. He killed the last of the 4 great Emperor clan experts as well. He was like an unmatched demonic god. Hao was delicate and handsome, but right now he was intimidating body carrying the blood of Emperor clans. His tall and slender body was surrounded by symbols, waves of holy light surging. His fist carried blood, penetrated Wu Kuan's body. After gently pulling that arm out, that corpse fell from midair. It was dead silent. The battlefield actually entered a short period of silence. This result was too shocking. For great Emperor clan young experts, Suagu, Qing Kuan, Yu, and Wu Kuan all died. A clash this intense, battle this terrifying, it made everyone's eyes dazzle with radiance, feel deeply shaken. If Qi Menghong from earlier was added, Scarlet King's descendant, then Hao killed 5 Emperor clan experts in total. This type of battle accomplishment could definitely be considered dazzling. After hundreds of glorious ages, tens of thousands of years in this great era, this type of battle accomplishment had never happened. It was just too brilliant. He won just like that, ending the battle. Imperial Pass, on the city walls. After a moment of silence, sky-shaking cheers sounded. Many people shouted out, excited and moved. A single person killed 4 Emperor clan experts. He was definitely an undefeated legend. From the past until now, in this great era, Imperial Pass was always the one being pressured, intimidated by the other side. Each time, Imperial Pass always had to act extremely passive, had to pay the price of blood and lives to defend itself. Now, in one battle, several emperor clans were killed in succession. Sure how altered the flow of history. For the other side, this feeling was bitter and terrible, unimaginable. This kind of result actually appeared. 5 emperor clan heroes died one after the next, moreover all killed by a single person. Even the 4 great experts attacking at the same time weren't enough, only able to die in the end. Huang, how could he be this terrifying? Was he going to establish an unmatched legend? He was previously taken prisoner in my world, yet now he continuously killed our emperor clans. Someone said softly, voice shaking. He felt shock and anger at the same time, as well as a type of worry. Huang, how did he become this powerful? A single person killed 5 great emperor clan experts. Sure how descended, extremely calm. He quickly collected several corpses, including a demonic bird body, giant beast body, feathers dyed in blood, scales and horns brilliant. This was emperor clan's flesh. For other creatures, they wouldn't even dare think about it. Who could kill emperor clans? Who dared touch them? Now, a youngster, as if he had carried out a hunt, wiped out emperor clan heroes, moreover putting away their bodies. Apart from Yu, who was of human form, directly blasted apart. Even if the others were in pieces, he still collected their bodies. Now there's enough to eat. Sure how muttered. This more or less shattered his image somewhat. Just now, he was heroic and powerful, aura intimidating, but now he actually talked about eating. Of course, in some people's ears, it made him seem savage, actually seeing emperor clans as food. In all these years, who dared to do such a thing? Oh, finally, from the other side, a long roar sounded, full of grief. Many creatures howled, carrying powerful killing intent, engulfing the battlefield. These were from cultivators related to emperor clans, erupting into anger one after another, expressing their resentment. They really wanted to immediately kill Huang. This battle left the emperor clans without any brilliance, dealing a heavy blow. They, who were always unmatched, suffered a crushing defeat today. On the battlefield, when the other side's supreme beings opened and closed their eyes, it was deep and cold, lightning radiance shooting in all directions. They didn't take action, but were instead full of killing intent. Not far out, Meng Tianzheng held the damaged great banner in hand, precisely the immortal ancient war flag that had been soaked in the blood of immortal kings, condensing that era's battle intent and killing energy. Apart from this, above his head, the 10 realms diagram rose and fell, facing the creatures on the other side. If they fought a fierce battle, then the effects would be too great. If someone like Meng Tianzheng was defeated, then that would mean that Imperial Pass would fall, completely collapse. The city gateway was in ruins. Right now was Imperial Pass' weakest state after endless years. An immortal artifact could be used to blast it open. Huang, you are extremely strong. Not bad. However, if you think you are unrivaled in the same generation, then you are still far off. Right at this time, a youngster walked over from the other side, heroic and intimidating, a heavenly spear in hand. His body was slender and powerful like a flood dragon, carrying a type of presence as if only he was supreme. This person was extremely arrogant and also self-confident. His entire body carried brilliance, surrounded by a divine ring. He was like the son of a celestial emperor as he stood there, becoming the center of the world. He was extraordinary, head of long hair brilliant. It was as if demonic imprints were engraved between his brows, flowing with intimidating power. A pair of sharp and long eyebrows extended into his temples. This person was precisely the young man who claimed that he was going to kill Sure Hao before. He held a heavenly spear in hand, pointing it at Sure Hao from the distance, challenging him. He was at the self-severing realm. This person was a level higher than Wu Kuan, Yu, Qi Menghong, and the others. If not for members of the 6 small emperors coming out, he would have long fought a decisive battle with Sure Hao. A self-release realm emperor clan youngster. Without a doubt, He was a leading figure of the other side's younger generation. I will give you time to rest. You can take all the time you need to reach your peak state. This youngster shouted, battle clothes brilliant. They were thin like cicadas' wings, flowing with great Tao symbols. This person's pupils shone at this time, producing symbols, horrifying to the extreme. He was a powerful creature, a self-release realm emperor clan, definitely terrifying. He carried the aura of great Tao, as if a child of the celestial emperor appeared in this world of mortals, about to sweep through time itself. Right now, when his battle intent was released, his body became too brilliant. He was surrounded by 108 rings of light, already becoming the most dazzling brilliance between heaven and earth. Nearby, many youngsters were horrified, feeling waves of fear. It was because after this youngster released his powerful aura, they actually shivered, their own great Tao suppressed. What was going on? Oppress 10,000 Tao, all methods impervious. Someone said with a light sigh, revealing the reason. He is without death's descendant. On Imperial Pass side, an important individual carried restraining fear and helplessness while saying this. Without death, not long ago, his heavenly spear cut across heaven abyss, wishing to send over an undying existence. That was an unimaginable ancient existence, tyrannical beyond compare. The clan's innate talent was the most terrifying, magical force immunity, impervious to all methods, powerful to an inconceivable level. Hao Feng, the descendant of without death, he was recognized, his name Hao Feng. Sure Hao turned around, looking at him coldly. Do you feel that you can suppress me just because you are at the self-release realm? He didn't stop, actually walking forward, releasing killing intent, erupting with astonishing battle intent, wishing to fight another battle. Meanwhile, this time he faced an even stronger enemy. Hao Feng's cultivation period was definitely longer than his, also older than Wu Kuan, Yu, and the others, a self-release realm great cultivator, his strength terrifying. If you want to fight, then fight. I will similarly cut you down, Sure Hao said. When these words sounded, many people were stupefied. The other side's creatures were furious, feeling like Huang was just too unbridled. What did he treat emperor clans as? Could it be that he could even fight a great battle against emperor clans while skipping levels? This was impossible. In everyone's eyes, emperor clans could crush the great clans of the world. There was no way anyone could skip cultivation levels to fight them. Kacha! Streak after streak of lightning appeared in the sky dome above, flickering in Sure Hao's surroundings. This was the power of heavenly tribulation. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, the power horrifying. This lightning carried chaotic energy, carried dazzling and terrifying brilliance. It floated in the air, about to pour down on Sure Hao. He wants to face tribulation, enter a higher cultivation realm. Someone couldn't help but cry out. Huang was too heaven-defying, actually daring to do this right in the middle of the battlefield. It really was too brazen, making one feel great admiration. Sure Hao could have entered the self-release realm at any time, but he was always tempering himself, not in a rush to break through. It was because recently his cultivation advancement speed was too fast. With his age, reaching the consummate level of self-severing realm was already world-shaking. At the very least, it had never happened before in this great era's 9 heavens. Sure Hao wanted to train himself for another period of time before breaking into the self-severing realm to prevent his Tao foundation from being unstable. Now, Hao Feng wanted to fight, so Sure Hao wanted to break through here, become a self-release realm existence. Even though he could still continue to sharpen himself as a self-severing realm cultivator, the maturity was pretty much there. He could then use heavenly tribulation to refine his Tao body. In the past, he always cultivated to a consummate level, and then exceeded the original cultivation realm. When he broke through like that, he felt like his base was stable, Tao foundation strong. Today, he didn't want to fight a bloody battle. Even though he could cross levels and fight a bloody great battle, forcefully face Hao Feng, the price he would have to pay would definitely be too great. After all, the other party had already entered the self-release realm for many years. Moreover, he was likely not at the beginning stage of the self-release realm. Sure Hao felt like he had to quickly break through, Kill this person with the cultivation of self-release realm. Hao Feng, back up. He is going to face tribulation if you get caught up inside. It wouldn't be good. A supreme being spoke, not letting Hao Feng fight, ordering him to return. In reality, the other side's cultivators were a bit worried, fearing that once Huang entered the self-release realm, he would still be terrifying and vicious. If his cultivation level immediately became profound, his strength would be incomparable. If that happened, something unexpected might happen. In short, the other side's cultivator was scared that the self-release realm Huang would defeat Hao Feng. That type of result would be unacceptable. The other side's younger generation had already been defeated miserably enough. If Sure Hao defeated Hao Feng as soon as he advanced, then that really would leave the Emperor clans ashamed, with nothing to say. This type of thing definitely couldn't be allowed to happen. They had to stop him. Hao Feng wasn't convinced, wishing to fight, but there were one or two supreme beings from Emperor clans present as well. Their faces sunk, ordering him to withdraw. You should back up. The ones who will decide the fate of Imperial Pass are us. Even if the younger generation is entirely slaughtered, if we cannot break through the ancient city's walls, it is still useless. Slaughter all of Imperial Pass supreme beings, and then everything is easily solved. The two Emperor clan supreme beings spoke one after the other. Hao Feng backed up, not saying a word. Thus, another fight with an Emperor clan didn't happen. Heh! Haha! Sure Hao roared with laughter. Moreover, with a honglong sound, the lightning above his head completely disappeared. The tribulation forcibly stopped by him. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, feeling shaken. The heavenly tribulation was already about to descend, yet he could still stop halfway? Worthy of being someone who cultivated the Lightning Emperor technique, moreover someone who obtained a lightning pool before. He is just this extraordinary. Someone in Imperial Pass released a light sigh. Sure Hao didn't take action, but he pressed towards the Emperor clan's creatures. It is now our turn. Who will fight against me? A supreme being walked out from the other side, taking steps forward. Everyone knew that the true great decisive battle had arrived. It now depended on whether or not Imperial Pass creatures could stop them. Meng Tianjing walked out, saying slaughtering left and right really is tiring. Why don't we just decide life or death? One battle to decide victory or defeat. Fine. An Emperor Clan Supreme being replied. The Emperor Clan Supreme being agreed so easily. This really was quite surprising. However, Meng Tianjing instead frowned, because only one of the Emperor Clan Supreme beings nodded. The other one remained indifferent, not saying anything. My side's experts are many. Why should we accompany you in a decisive battle? The second Emperor Clan Supreme being refused after all. Then we'll just fight one by one. Whoever can make it past me. I won't stop them, nor will I have the strength to stop them, Meng Tianjing calmly said. He was going to stop the other side alone first, fight them one-on-one. I'll give your Imperial Pass one opportunity. When you two go at it, the two sides' supreme beings will exchange pointers one by one to ensure fairness. We won't rely on using numbers to overwhelm you all, the second Emperor Clan Supreme being said. The situation was greater than the person. The other side's experts were too many. What Imperial Pass could rely on was only their advantage in immortal artifacts. Meng Tianjing looked towards the people behind him, releasing a light sigh. The people on their side were too few, not having any advantage at all. Can we use immortal artifacts? He asked. For the sake of fairness, we won't use immortal artifacts. Of course, if both sides have them, and both parties agree to fight with them, then there's no harm, the second Supreme being said. In the back, Jin Taijun's expression wasn't all that great. It was now time for Supreme beings to face each other. They didn't have many people on their side, so she definitely had to go up. Immortal Wang nodded, expressing his agreement. The other Supreme beings from Imperial Pass also nodded. In the end, this decided things. Meng Tianjing sat down across from the Emperor Clan Supreme beings, a great distance separating them. The so-called seated confrontation was playing a black and white Great Dao chess match, struggling for victory and defeat, deciding life and death. Simply speaking, this was a great Tao confrontation, but it wasn't fighting with weapons, but rather deducing natural laws, using the Tao to carry out a contest. This looked like a civil battle, but it was actually even more dangerous. Meng Tianjing sat down. In that instant, black and white lines extended, forming patterns like a great Tao chessboard. That were yin and yang energies, the most fundamental energies of this world. They could portray the great Tao, even more so able to derive life or death, simple yet complex. Black and white met, the great Tao chessboard majestic, rising and falling here. On the other side, black and white energies appeared in the Emperor Clan's supreme being's surroundings. Yin and yang swirled, displaying great Tao natural law power. With a honglong noise, great Tao power clashed between the two, forming a grand and complete chessboard. In reality, these were natural laws, magical force, the embodiment of the Tao. Only, it would give one the misconception that they seemed to really be playing a game of chess. Before heaven and earth were opened, there were endless tribulations. The Emperor Clan's supreme being was chanting, entire body surrounded under the radiance of great Tao, indistinct and terrifying. With a honglong noise, he moved his finger, a chess piece flying out. That was a type of technique, a type of divine ability. It erupted in the void, forming a flower, flickering about. Tribulation flower blooms, endless calamity begins. The Emperor Clan's supreme being said quietly, change the world's 80,000 methods, cross endless tribulation. Meng Tianjing said calmly, pointing his finger out. A chess piece appeared there, turning about, suppressing forward. Endless great Tao symbols were produced. Only, that tribulation flower was extremely mysterious, looking gentle and soft. However, there were natural laws everywhere, multicolored lights swirling about, constructing a great mortal realm. Pang! The piece Meng Tianjing produced shone, directly cracking. A humanoid creature walked out from within, a divine ape. It entered that world of mortals, personally facing tribulation. The two great supreme beings seemed like they were creating a new heaven and earth, deriving the fates of all life, constructing a great Tao law domain. There were creatures who rose and fell inside. The Emperor Clan supreme being raised his hand, the second type of method about to be derived. A simple and ancient symbol flowed about, forming a chess piece once more, flying towards great elder Meng Tianjing. Honglong. Only, when it was still in midair, it turned into a great imprint. This was formed from the Emperor Clan's interweaving natural laws. In reality, even if it was just a simple and ancient symbol, it was the embodiment of a supreme inheritance's essentials. Great Elder also raised his hand, releasing a streak of light. It turned into symbols, clashing with the other side's great imprints. Hong. Immediately afterwards, they turned into white and black chess pieces, clashing, continuously surging. What Great Elder used was the imperishable scripture symbols, forming the second chess piece, clashing with the Emperor Clan's unmatched inheritance's profound meanings. Everyone, have you all decided who will be sent out first? The other side's supreme being spoke, looking towards Immortal Wang, Jin Taijun, and the others. A battle was going to begin, the final great confrontation. Come, come, come. Who will fight with me? A supreme being stepped out from the other side, carrying black mist, as well as a hazy great Tao aura, standing there. Who will go out? Jin Taijun asked the ones with the qualifications to take action from Imperial Pass. This one is the first who stepped out, definitely not the strongest. Jin Dao friend, you should go out and face him. Immortal Wang spoke. He spoke it extremely tactfully, but his meaning was already direct enough. The one who went out first should be the one with the weakest strength. Fine, I'll go. Jin Taijun clenched her teeth, stepping out. It was because hiding wouldn't accomplish anything. There weren't many people here. Every person here was going to have to step out sooner or later. Heh, Dao friend. It seems like your heart isn't at peace. Not all that calm. You just might die here. The foreign supreme being spoke. Dong. Jin Taijun's walking stick shook, making the void tremble. She berated out, less nonsense. Honglong. A great battle began. Jin Taijun activated her secret method, displaying precious techniques, fighting an intense battle with this person. It had to be said that those who could become supreme beings were all the most talented individuals, heaven-warping talents, strength unimaginably powerful. Even if the other side was warlike, every individual bold and brave, generally speaking, their strength was still greater than that of the nine heavens. However, there were no weak individuals among those who could reach this level. Jin Taijun was extremely strong, fighting intensely with that person. In reality, at that level, they were all dragons among men, all of them unmatched beings in their respective generations. In the Void Dao realm and self-severing realm, the other side's creatures best seemed to be able to overwhelm the nine heaven side's young cultivators, but at the supreme being level or higher, there were no longer any overwhelming advantages. It was because supreme beings represented the limit of the mortal Dao. The massive nine heavens, 10 earths, from past until present, there were only just these supreme beings left. After experiencing endless trials, only this many were produced. This was the choice of great Dao. The other side might have produced more creatures at this level, but that didn't necessarily mean that they were stronger. The choice of Dao represented a type of result. They were all the most powerful in the mortal Dao. Whoever was stronger or weaker no longer that apparent. Hong Long. The great Dao rumbled. Lightning was deafening. A great magical projection filled this world, the two able to seize down the sun and moon with a single raise of their hand, fighting intensely. However, in the end, Jin Taijun still wasn't a match. Pooh! She was struck in the back by a palm, her entire person sent flying, smashing into outer space. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, a great expanse of stars forever becoming dim, destroyed by supreme being blood. Hong Long. At the most crucial time, great Dao rumbled. On the black and white life and death chessboard, Meng Tianjing sighed. He pointed out lightly. A dazzling streak of light stopped the other side's chess pieces. At the same time, the great Dao chessboard enlarged, covering heaven and earth, surrounding outer space. This was done deliberately to protect Jin Taijun, allowing her to live. Dao friend, you are going for too much, actually daring to be distracted. That Emperor Clan Supreme being said coldly. Hong. On the life or death chessboard, chess pieces appeared one after another, all of them original great Dao profound meanings, currently suppressing toward Meng Tianjing. Pooh! Then, Jin Taijun escaped the chessboard, sent back by Great Elder, escaping death. We lost this round. Immortal Wang stepped out, stopping the pursuer, protecting Jin Taijun. It was extremely dangerous. If he was a step too late, without Meng Tianjing's chessboard, without Immortal Wang stepping out, Jin Taijun would have definitely been killed. Dao friend, your cultivation maturity seems to be lacking. The other side's supreme being didn't seem to be too upset, carrying a faint smile, thus withdrawing. It was because he knew that unless something unexpected happened, the 9 heavens 10 earth's supreme beings would all be slaughtered. There was no rush. Who will fight with me? Immortal Wang stepped out, walking over one step after another. He looked extremely young, his appearance that of a 16 or 17-year-old young man, extremely delicate and handsome. I'll go. On the other side, a woman appeared, extremely pretty but also extremely cold. Her pair of eyes were deep like a starry sky. Chi. The two rushed into the heavens, fighting an intense battle in outer space. On the ground, the other side's cultivators stirred restlessly, especially the younger generation, some of them unable to sit still. They glared at Imperial Pass side like tigers watching their prey. How about we also exchange some pointers? A foreign young creature provoked, walking out. Of course, he avoided Sure Hao. If Sure Hao took action, then it would definitely be without Death's descendant Hao Feng who faced him. Fine. This was exactly my intention. Shuri calmly spoke, long wishing to fight. Hee. Ha. On the other side, someone laughed loudly, saying, I admire you all greatly, actually really daring to accept our challenge. Where do you all get the confidence? Do you all think you are Huang? Hong Long. Almost in that instant, there were a few creatures who rushed over, striving to be the first. Their eyes flickered with divine light, as if they saw the most delicious prey, scared that others might get to it before they did. There were some who couldn't wait any longer, rushing forward and attacking. Of course, they weren't that reckless, avoiding Huang. They definitely wouldn't throw their lives away. At the same time, they also avoided Ten Crown King, because they had seen him directly send Suagu's ancient pagoda flying with that precious tree. A few threw themselves at Shi and exiled Immortal, because they were at the very front. He, human child. I'll help send you to the afterlife. You thing who doesn't know the difference between life and death. There was a King clan individual who laughed, eyes sinister. Several people moved at the same time, rushing towards Shi, viewing him as the first prey. They wanted to immediately kill him as a statement. Dual pupils open heaven and earth. Never witnessed defeat from past until present. Shi said quietly, extremely calm, not all that forceful, even a bit overcast, lacking a type of grand and powerful feeling. It was because he was a bit regretful that he wasn't able to display the most powerful eye technique back then when he was defeated, instead using the supreme being bone that didn't belong to himself, losing to his cousin. Hong Long. Following his shout, his eyes changed, becoming dual pupils, completely different from how they were normally. Wang. Blazing radiance erupted, primal chaos radiance surged. Astonishing to the extreme, a horrifying aura surging out. Chang. At this moment, two swords actually emerged from Shi's eyes, carrying chaotic energy. Then they crossed, forming mysterious light, hacking forward. Pu piu piu piu. Several light sounds rang out, blood radiance gushing everywhere, heads tumbling. The individuals who rushed over all had their heads removed by the two intersecting blades, their headless corpses collapsing onto the ground. Moreover, their primordial spirits were even more so directly killed within their heads, unable to escape, extinguished by the chaotic sword radiance. Dual pupils opened heaven and earth, actually revealing two swords, leaving everyone shocked. Dual pupils opened heaven and earth, primal chaos spilling out. Under this attack, several king clans were killed. Their headless corpses fell onto the ground, blood gushing everywhere. This scene was extremely shocking. Shi stood on the battlefield, black hair fluttering about, eyes intimidating. Within his eyes, there seemed to be concentric circles, these dual pupils, overlaying on top of each other, releasing terrifying beams of light. In the past, no one on the other side knew of him, not knowing of this individual's existence at all. However, after today, many people would remember him, hard for them to forget. Kengqiang sounds rang out. Those two swords shrunk, becoming divine radiance, returning to his pupils, entering the depths of his eyes. The chaotic energy entered as well, making his eyes become increasingly deep. This left everyone shaken. Those were but dual pupils. They actually produced two swords so sharp even king clans couldn't defend themselves, directly cut through. How sharp were they? Those were two god-killing swords, making all of them feel restraining fear. Who are you? In the distance, someone shouted, examining Shi carefully for the first time. Before, he definitely didn't attach any importance to him. In the blink of an eye, the eye radiance killed several king clans' well-known figures, and only then did a great commotion with Shi at the center erupt. Shi spoke, extremely calm, not showing any particular emotions, speaking his name. Even though he killed several experts in one breath, he wasn't shaken at all, instead remaining calm, not feeling like it was a glorious feat. It was because in his beliefs, the dual pupils were undefeated. Meanwhile, in this bloodline's inheritance, the eye technique was unmatched, shouldn't have any opponents. This type of belief was already rooted in his soul, long becoming the root of his faith and conviction. Shi? Never heard of you before. In the other side, there were some who said this to themselves. It was because this name was too unfamiliar, no information for them to review. For them, it was nothing more than a name. However, why was he so strong? Unknown one, you seem to have a bit of weight behind you. Someone from the other side's younger generation said. They were prideful and also arrogant. There were some King Vilans, who, even though they knew Shi was dangerous, still deliberately played him down, speaking with contempt. Imperial Pass, on the city walls, many people were excited and stirred. Shuri, that dual-pupiled individual, was actually this strong. 2 swords emerged from his eyes, actually killing many king clans. Just how astonishing of a battle accomplishment was this? Now, when they heard the other creatures devalue Shuri's feat like this, they naturally all felt discontent, speaking out to uphold his name. Never hearing of the dual pupils before can only mean that you all are ignorant and inexperienced. On the other side, a few creatures immediately laughed after hearing this. Even though they knew that Shuri was extraordinary, a terrifying young expert, they still couldn't help but speak out to mock him. What dual-pupiled individual? Never heard of him at all. Does he really think that by winning one fight, he is unstoppable in the world? Don't think you are another Huang. The people on that side roared with laughter. In short, they felt restraining fear towards Huang, but at the same wanted to put down and mock Shuri. It was because they indeed didn't know his identity. So what if you have dual pupils? When my side's clans take action, you will definitely be killed. Not everyone can be Huang. Moreover, not even Huang will live for much longer. The other side's cultivators sneered, carrying arrogant expressions, as well as a trace of cold-heartedness. Even Chao Yuxing couldn't hold back anymore, shouting out and berating. You never heard of the dual pupils before? Then let me tell you, he is indeed not Huang. But he is Huang's older brother. When this sentence was spoken, the other side's cultivators' expressions immediately became sluggish, becoming stupefied, extremely shocked, not knowing what to say. A few people originally wanted to berate him and mock him. However now, after they stared blankly for a moment, they quickly shut their mouths. Huang's older brother? Was this real? From the same mother, blood brothers? On the other side, a group of young creatures became dizzy. This relationship is too unordinary. They were dumbstruck. Now no one mocked him anymore, nor did they call Shuri an unknown individual. It was because if he really was Huang's older brother, they felt like he really had the qualifications to be treated seriously, had to be carefully investigated. During this period of time, the blow Huang dealt to their minds was too great. Just now, he even more so killed 5 people in succession, 5 of the 6 small emperors cut down. Just how terrifying of a thing was this? The battle accomplishment was glorious, enough to be passed down for hundreds of generations, shake up an entire great era. Now, Huang's older brother stepped out. Would it be another monster? This left all of them with great uncertainty, a bit dizzy. Even the emperor clan's expressions became serious. Their side attached great importance to bloodline strength, believing in the natural talent inheritance of a clan. Even Huang was that frightening, his older brother. Just how terrifying would he be? Moreover, when they thought about it, that Huang's older brother was indeed terrifying, only widening his eyes and 2 world-shocking sword cores fell out. In that instant, he killed several powerful King Clan youngsters in one breath, clean and efficient, absolutely decisive. In that moment, the dual-pupiled Shuri was deeply remembered by them, no one daring to look down on him anymore. They all revealed serious expressions, staring at him. Huang's older brother. The other side's people no longer dared to mock him, instead directly adding a label, viewing him as a dangerous individual. Their performance and their expressions naturally all entered Shuri, Great Sutua, Chao Yuxing, Qing Yi, and the others' eyes, understanding what they were thinking. They were all speechless. Huang's older brother. This type of phrasing, these words actually became a shocking label and tag, making the other side's younger generation treat them seriously. On Imperial Pass side, a group of people became speechless. They wanted to laugh, yet nothing came out. The original instigator of all of this, Chao Yuxing, was also speechless. He only randomly blurted this out, yet the other side's king clans and even emperor clans attached such great importance to this. Huang's older brother. It seems like I've disrespected you. I am willing to fight. Do you dare accept my challenge? One person walked out, an emperor clan disciple of the same clan as Suogu, both of them descendants of Shichuo. Now, he was going to attack with killing intent. Huang killed his older brother Suogu. After sizing himself up, he felt like he wasn't Huang's opponent. If he stepped up, he would most likely similarly nurse a grievance. That was why, after learning that Huang had an older brother, Su Ming wanted to fight a decisive battle with Shi here, do everything he could to kill Shi. There was an emperor clan who issued a challenge, wishing to fight a decisive battle with Shi. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Even Chao Yuxing and the lunar jade rabbit, these happy-go-lucky Felis expressions, became serious, no longer speaking randomly. "That's fine. Come over and fight," someone spoke out. However, this left everyone stupefied. It was because the one who spoke wasn't Shi, but that exiled immortal, leaving everyone stunned. Wasn't this challenging Shi? Huang's older brother was challenged, so why did exiled immortal now stand out? Even Imperial Pass people were a bit confused. "Who are you?" "The one I want to challenge is Huang's older brother," Suogu's young brother Suo Ming asked coldly. "Naturally, Huang's older brother," exiled immortal replied. The other side were stupefied. There was another brother of Huang's? Who was he? Just how many brothers did Huang have? They were all a bit stunned. Shi Hao was also a bit speechless. Exiled immortal actually spoke these words. The expression of Imperial Pass cultivators became a bit strange, and then they realized that exiled immortal was mocking the other side, doing this on purpose. They all knew that exiled immortal's origins were mysterious, normally aloof and remote, distant like an immortal. He was the one who was most transcendent, closest to immortal Tao aura among the younger generation. Normally, he was gentle and also aloof. No one expected him to provoke the other party like this, actually having this side to him. Those who knew about exiled immortal all knew that he looked aloof, but he was actually vicious, his methods exceptionally terrifying. He was an extremely dangerous individual. Back then, in the struggle between the 3,000 provinces' geniuses, his hands were full of blood, battle accomplishments terrifyingly great. Number of people he killed hundreds to thousands of times worse than Shi Hao and 10 Crown King. "Who exactly is Huang's older brother? Come over and fight," Suo Ming shouted. He felt like he had been played. "Fine, I'll fight with you." At this time, before Shi or exiled immortal attacked, 10 Crown King also moved, every move powerful, as if a celestial monarch attacked. Whenever he took a step out, there were great Tao symbols that appeared beneath his feet, looking majestic and imposing, aura devouring mountains and rivers. "You? Who are you?" On the other side, the crowd was a bit annoyed, especially Suo Ming. "Huang's older brother," 10 Crown King said. They were all speechless. Another older brother of Huang's came over. This was clearly making fun of them. "You are courting death." On the other side, the group of young experts were all furious. On Imperial Pass side, many people couldn't help but roar out in laughter. They never expected the dignified 10 Crown King and the aloof exiled immortal would all have this side. Even Shi Hao cursed inwardly. Even if those people were older than him, did they really have to step up with the status of Huang's older brother? They were clearly mocking him. "Who cares if you are Huang's older brother or his younger brother? Do you dare fight me?" Suo Ming roared out in anger. He was truly annoyed. On the other side, many people from the younger generation were similarly furious, feeling like they had been played. These individuals didn't place them in their eyes at all. "I'll fight with you. Kill. Die." At this moment, 10 Crown King, exiled immortal, and Shi seemed to have taken action at the same time, erupting with endless symbols, taking action together, attacking murderously. This was especially the case when 10 Crown King brandished the precious tree, a bit crude, not using any techniques at all, smashing it at Suo Ming. The three great experts advanced together, striving to be the first to take action, agreeing by chance to attack at the same time. This was naturally extremely terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying was still 10 Crown King's attack. When he brandished the world tree sapling, a sea of great Tao symbols surged, blasting Suo Ming, sending him flying out. The precious tree sapling's power was endless. In the back, everyone's eyes erupted with light, a wave of hot blood surging. They shouted out the word, Kill! A few people rushed out, all of them slaughtering over, including Great Su Tuo, Little Sky King, Lan Xian, Taoist Chi Gu Yi Chi Hong, Tugu Yulong, and others. There is also me. Huang's older brother is also coming. The golden little heavenly horned ant and Chao Yuxing roared, also hollering as they charged with these people. There's us, Huang's older sis. The lunar jade rabbit, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, and others shouted out, their voices incredibly sharp and clear. The other side, the younger generation's cultivators' faces all fell. They knew that they had been played, mocked. They roared out, kill! Humph! Sure Hao released a cold snort. He rushed forward. A great chaotic battle erupted. Sure Hao's objective was Hao Feng, currently staring at him. This was a self-release realm-level emperor clan, impervious to all methods, Dao law immunity. He was the most terrifying young expert in the Great Desert. The two didn't immediately exchange attacks, only standing opposite of each other. Between them, divine light overflowed. Hand over your life! On the other side, Suo Ming was furious. As someone from an emperor clan, being mocked was one thing, but he was even struck by that precious tree, making him feel extremely ashamed. However, what faced him was another attack. 10 Crown King was unstoppable. With the world tree sapling in hand, he really was terrifying, already prepared to fight a vicious battle. Pooh! In the surroundings, there were king clans that were directly swept through by the world tree sapling until their bones broke and muscles snapped. Moreover, Suogu took another blow, staggering backwards. Chi! Furthermore, at this time, exiled Immortal took action. In his hands was a horn. Hidden within the simple and ancient appearance was a terrifying killing intent. Hong Long! An ancient horn appeared in his hands. The corners of his clothes fluttered about. The world was torn apart, all of the nearby foreign cultivators intimidated. Some of them blasted to pieces. This horn seemed like it was able to break through everything, as if it possessed endless weight behind it. When it swept across the sky, a few people were directly crushed. Even the emperor clans felt it a bit hard to endure, only able to move out of the way when this horn's power swept over. Suogu didn't dare face it head-on, really feeling some restraining fear. It was because that horn was too dangerous. In the distance, the golden little ant cried out, greatly moved, but also feeling a bit sad. This was a horn from its race, belonging to the heavenly horned ants. This was a secret treasure, the power terrifying. Exiled Immortal had previously obtained the heavenly horned ant's inheritance in Immortal ancient remains, also obtaining this horn. Kill! Exiled Immortal and 10 Crown King were all fierce individuals. Even though one was aloof and otherworldly while the other was like a monarch, when they truly moved, they were decisive and incredibly ferocious. Hong! 10 Crown King attacked, a fist blasting apart an enemy, blood splashing high into the air. At the same time, he brandished the world tree sapling, making Suo Ming stagger backwards again, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips. 10 Crown King was majestic and powerful, running after Suo Ming. Exiled Immortal released a long roar, true phoenix wings appearing behind him. He soared into the sky, also taking action. That horn moved, splitting heaven and earth, making his opponent's expression change. A few people exploded, dying in front of him, not even bones remaining, turning into a bloody mist. Right now, it wasn't a one-on-one battle anymore, but rather a chaotic battle. 10 Crown King and Exiled Immortal didn't hold back, using their most powerful precious artifacts to unleash a great slaughter. They were the main force, daring to fight even against emperor clans. It was clear that in this type of situation, it wasn't suitable to fight great decisive battles one-on-one with emperor clans, all of them instead trying to find a way to kill their enemies in the shortest amount of time possible. As a result, 10 Crown King and Exiled Immortal didn't act too politely, using the precious tree and ancient horn in their hands, unleashing a great slaughter. Whoever stood in their way, whoever they would kill. Even if it was someone from an emperor clan, when faced with the world tree and the heavenly horn, they could only move out of the way, full of restraining fear. Chong! At this moment, there was no emperor clan around Shuri. His pupils contracted, firing shocking multicolored light accompanied by chaotic energy. Great Tao symbols surrounded the void. Those two swords appeared again. At this time, they hacked towards the enemy, blood splashing out, the scene extremely terrifying. Shuri went crazy. When his eyes opened and closed, streak after streak of light shot out, sword radiance flickering, shocking heaven and earth. A great chaotic battle erupted, blood splashing outwards. "Are you all looking to die?" Hao Feng shouted. He took action even though there were supreme beings who previously ordered him that he shouldn't act recklessly, that he shouldn't rashly fight a decisive battle with Huang. However, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He wanted to get rid of Huang, and then kill all of the young experts in Imperial Pass. Huang! In that instant, the two sides shook. Magical force immunity, unaffected by Tao laws, the most terrifying aura erupted here. This was a great clash of physical power. The two fought intensely. Soon afterwards, in Hao's surroundings, lightning appeared. He wanted to cross tribulation, enter the self-release realm during the baptism and transformation, and then kill his opponent. However, this opponent was extremely terrifying, a self-release realm great cultivator, as well as someone from an emperor clan. In the past, he always defeated all of his opponents. Hong Long. Hao was distracted. A fist smashed out, striking towards the other party's allies, blasting a few youngsters until their bodies exploded. Under his full-powered strike, even Wu Kuan, Yu, and the others were killed, let alone these people. This was to protect great Su Tuo, Wei family's 4 phoenixes, Taoist Qi Gu, and others. In this chaotic battle, even though those from Imperial Pass side surged with hot blood, their strength was still inferior to the other side in the end. Hao was always paying attention, scared that there would be deaths here. That was why, at the crucial moment, he directly rushed over murderously, forcing back the enemy. Ever since he fought with Anlin, obtaining that momentary power from the drop of blood, even though he lost it afterwards, Hao's benefits were great, his combat awareness becoming astonishing. "Withdraw!" Hao shouted, calling Chao Yuxing, Heavenly Horned Ant, Chang Gongyan, and others back. In the end, their strength was still less than the other side's, so if they continued fighting, it would only increase the casualties. He didn't want to see the young individuals of the 9 Heavens side die miserably one after another. "Kill!" Hao himself was charging forward, attacking murderously until heaven and earth shook. Great Tao divine sound rumbled. Moreover, he guided down lightning and thunder. This was heavenly tribulation. Hao Feng released a long roar, charging over to fight him. Even though Hao was covered in lightning radiance, he still remained fearless, wishing to use this chance to kill Hao, not allowing him to truly consolidate the self-release realm cultivation. Hao was like a berserk humanoid true dragon, terrifying beyond compare. As he moved, his fist strength was world-shocking, smashing the surrounding foreign cultivators until they screamed miserably, people continuously dying. Hao went crazy, wishing to break through while still keeping his eyes on this battlefield, making sure to protect those on his side. His head of black hair danced about chaotically, murderous energy overflowing, eyes even standing up. At this moment, exiled Immortal and 10 Crown King were undoubtedly terrifying, also protecting the people by their side, murderous energy surging. Shuri was bathed in blood. Wherever his eyes passed, a few experts would break apart into bloody mist, all of them killed by him, powerful and shocking. Pooh! Great Su Tuo's arm was cut off by someone. He staggered backwards. This was a great expert from the 9 Heavens younger generation, but he was still seriously injured. Chang! A war spear flew over, piercing into Taoist Qi Gu's chest, almost nailing him onto the ground. Pooh! The golden little ant suffered serious injuries, because it was too eye-catching, everyone knowing its clan's identity. A few king clans wanted to take this chance to prevent it from ever growing up. The situation was dangerous. "Withdraw!" Hao roared, doing everything he could to activate heavenly tribulation. Moreover, he continuously brandished his fist to kill the other side's experts. Give Imperial Pass cultivators a path of life. "Huang, today, I will kill you!" Hao Feng roared. He was trying to interfere, chasing after Hao, wishing to kill him today. Right now, there was nothing else in his eyes, no longer saving the cultivators of his side, only wishing to eliminate Hao. Go! Some of the youngsters on Imperial Pass side died, but in this great clash, the other side also had quite a few casualties, mainly because of 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal's power. With secret treasures in hand, they even dared chase down Emperor clans. Moreover, Huang also went crazy, crossing tribulation while slaughtering his way forward, his head of black hair dancing about chaotically, eyes like cold lighting. He killed the cultivators of all clans, unleashing a massacre. However, his situation wasn't all that good either, because he wanted to take care of Imperial Pass side. He took a blow from Hao Feng, who continuously followed him, blood flowing out from the corners of his lips. Back up! Chao Yuxing roared. He felt like they couldn't let Hao be distracted. Hong! Immediately afterwards, Hao's aura surged, guiding down even more powerful heavenly tribulation, cleansing his body. He fully entered the self-release realm and then faced Hao Feng. Hang Feng was a terrifying figure after all, someone who left others with restraining fear. It was because after he displayed his innate divine ability, this place became different. All natural laws became nothing. This was his magical force immunity. Fortunately, Hao's body was incomparable, and he was also proficient in the terrifying magical force immunity himself. Even though he could only maintain it for a short period of time, unlike his opponent, it was still already enough. Hao crossed tribulation, entire body covered in electricity, eyes releasing cold lightning. He stared at the incoming Hao Feng, wishing to fight a great battle against him. In the distance, Suoming roared in anger, carrying pain and unwillingness. Everyone looked over, couldn't help but turn their heads. A rain of blood gushed out, dyeing the skies bright red. Ming was going to die. It was because at the moment 10 Crown Kings sent him flying with a precious technique. The horn in exiled Immortal's hand moved out, almost cleaving him in half. It had to be said that though exiled Immortal looked aloof, his methods were fierce and vicious. He was extremely sensitive at seizing opportunities, directly delivering this fatal blow, cold and unfeeling. The most crucial part was that in the final moment, Yi just happened to arrive here. His dual pupils opened, attacking Suo Ming at his weakest state. 2 swords emerged from Yi's eyes, intersecting, carrying chaotic energy. They were like dragon shears. With a pu sound, Suo Ming was chopped apart, body now completely cut into 2 pieces, falling onto the ground, blood dyeing the skies. Hong! 10 Crown Kings smashed down viciously, fist and precious tree descending at the same time, powerful and oppressive, blasting Su Ming into a bloody mist. Another member of an emperor clan actually died. Kill! The eyes of the other side's creatures immediately became red, frantically counterattacking, rushing at them. Imperial Pass youngsters were clearly in a difficult situation now. Some of them immediately burst into blood, dying here. It was extremely miserable, the great battle cruel, blood dyeing this battlefield. Some more people from Imperial Pass died. The eyes of the younger generation from the other side were red, attacking in a berserk manner. On the Great Desert it was extremely miserable. Magical artifacts rushed into the heavens, weapons breaking from time to time. Blood flew in all directions, corpses continuously falling. The scene extremely cruel. Hurry and retreat! Someone from Imperial Pass side shouted out. There was no way to continue this battle anymore. In the end, in terms of strength, they really were quite a bit weaker than the other side. Precious tree holder, die. Hand over your life. With a honglong noise, the heavens split and earth cracked. A great cultivator at the peak of the self-release realm slaughtered his way over, eyes all red, vowing to kill 10 Crown King. This was an expert who was on the verge of entering the supreme being level. He stirred on magical artifacts, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. He stared at 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal, as well as Yi, his hair all standing on end, eyes bright red, carrying cold and fierce killing intent. as if he was an Asura who killed gods. At this stage, forget about them, even the supreme beings wanted to take action. The battle on this side was this intense, making it hard for them to hold back. Honglong. At this moment, 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal stood together, activating divine force at the same time. They brandished the weapons in their hands, smashing them towards the skies. In that instant, the void exploded, the sky dome rumbling, great Tao natural laws descending. That was the world tree sapling displaying its might. Even if it was only a foot tall, still in its young state, it still possessed mysterious power, able to guide down the suppression of the great Tao. Chi. At the same time, a streak of blazing light surged. The horn in exiled Immortal's hands ripped through the sky dome, as if a streak of the most terrifying lightning tore through the air. That was a heavenly horned ant's horn, representing extreme power, possessing terrifying symbols. It crushed all living things, strength able to break through all methods. This was a horn that came from a true immortal, naturally possessing unimaginable power. In the sky, the expert at the peak of the self-release realm was furious. Although he was full of murderous intent, he couldn't help but withdraw, avoid the radiance. Even someone as powerful as him didn't dare rashly face the world tree sapling and that ancient horn at the same time. The reason why Suoming died was because he was swept by that world tree sapling, and then had his body torn apart by that horn. Those serious injuries caused him to quickly decline. In the distance, Tugu Yulong released a miserable scream, his body pierced by a silver war spear, sending him flying hundreds of zhang out. With a piu sound, he was nailed into the ground. Pooh! Then the upper half of his body exploded, the scene extremely miserable. His body and spirit almost died just like that. Yulong! There was a girl who cried out, rushing in that direction. It was precisely one of Wei family's 4 phoenixes. In the end, a green divine arrow shot over, carrying heaven overflowing symbols, releasing great Tao rumbling sounds. Heaven and earth lost color, it was terrifying beyond compare. The other 3 of Wei family's phoenixes all screamed out, incomparably nervous. They wanted to provide help, but they were too far. This arrow was too terrifying, making heaven and earth split, producing a black path, the skies even collapsing as a result. The surroundings of this member of Wei family's 4 phoenixes produced blazing flames, turning into a flame phoenix to protect herself. However, it was still too late, the defenses not enough. With a piu sound, the arrow penetrated her armor, crushing her body's protection symbols. It pierced through her chest, moreover instantly making her entire body explode. Blood rushed out, dyeing the great desert red. This member of Wei family's 4 phoenixes wilted away, dying miserably on the spot. Tugu Yulong released a low roar like that of a wild beast. He crawled up from the ground. Half of his body disappeared. He screamed out, his eye sockets feeling like they were going to split apart. That was his fiancée, only recently did they discuss marriage. The great battle was already almost about to end, the light of dawn already visible, yet they were now parted by death. Kill! Tugu Yulong went mad. He dragged his damaged body, slaughtering his way forward. The eyes of the other 3 of Wei family's 4 phoenixes all went red. Even though they were female, they were incredibly ferocious, also charging forward. Go back! Shuri stopped them. Dual pupils shone, forming a domain, stopping them. Right now, Imperial Pass was definitely at a disadvantage, being suppressed. If they continued fighting, they would definitely all die. Sis. Wei family's remaining 3 young ladies cried out, shedding tears. They knew that the dual pupil user before them had good intentions, that he was trying to save them. Retreat! At this time, even 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal released low shouts. They held up the rear, also starting to back up. The one with the precious tree, as well as the one with the heavenly horn, both of you stay here. There were more than one person at the peak of the self-release realm who rushed over. They wanted to kill these 2 great experts. Imperial Pass people, I'll give you a chance. Lower the precious tree and the ancient horn. Fight me one-on-one. I guarantee that I will kill you all. Someone roared out. These creatures were extremely unconvinced, believing that the reason why 10 Crown King could kill Suo Ming was completely because he had a supreme treasure. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match. There are so many people here. If I kill all of you one by one, will I be able to kill them all? 10 Crown King released a cold shout. With a honglong noise, he brandished the precious tree again, sweeping forward. Then you can just die. Right at this time, a great roar sounded, a terrifying aura spreading from the distance. A great cultivator with a trident stepped out, arriving with an aura that encompassed the entire great desert. Supreme being magical artifact? Imperial Pass people were shaken. That trident was definitely terrifying. Even though it wasn't a true supreme being artifact, it was close enough, because it carried a sea of killing intent, shaking up even the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. One had to understand all of this was because of the aura it released. Honglong, 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal took action together, activating the World Tree Sapling and that ancient horn, facing the sky. They were fearless, attacking those magical artifacts. Lightning and thunder immediately erupted between heaven and earth, supreme being aura spreading. This was caused by the descent of that magical artifact, heaven and earth collapsing. At the same time, in this direction, an arrow shot out, releasing a terrifying noise again, piercing through a screen of light, pressing forward. Pooh! Sacred Academy's EYI was shot. That powerful disciple directly exploded, losing his life. Chi! The bowstring shook again, the void ringing. Another arrow shot over. Ah! Lan Xian screamed miserably. This moving and beautiful woman who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy was also struck, her body bursting. The power she endured was too great, unable to stop it. A seed appeared, quickly revolving, wrapping around Lan Xian's primordial spirit, as well as a portion of her flesh, quickly backing up. That was a perfect ancient seed. This seed preserved her life. That archer's threat in the distance was too great, continuously shooting down Imperial Pass geniuses, impossible to defend against. Everyone was shaken, quickly backing up. This battle ended extremely miserably. The other side had experts who died, including Emperor clans, while some of the 9 heavens important geniuses also fell. Pooh! Blade energy swirled about. There were some who chased over from the distance, fighting a chaotic battle with Imperial Pass on this side. Clashing once more. With a PU sound, a head tumbled. Another one of Wei family's 4 phoenixes died. Her beautiful head was cut off, eyes extremely wide. She didn't want to die, but her primordial spirit was crushed by the blade energy. Some of the other side's younger generation experts were too vicious, horrifyingly powerful. Shuri turned around, slaughtering his way back. He originally stopped the remaining 3 of Wei family's phoenixes, yet one of them still died here. Kill! A group of people from the other side chased over, like a beast flood as they charged forward with terrifying vicious energy. Honglong! In the skies, a muffled noise erupted, terrifying to the extreme. 10 Crown King and exiled Immortal teamed up, actually blasting away the magical artifact a self-release realm expert used, moreover blasting it to pieces. Pooh! These 2 were extremely fierce. When they saw people on their side continuously die miserably, they also slaughtered until their eyes were red. With a PU sound, 2 supreme treasures interweaved, releasing holy radiance, directly blasting that self-release realm cultivator to pieces. Hurry and retreat! They roared out, attacking the people behind while withdrawing. Honglong! Immediately afterwards, in the distance, true supreme being aura spread. Someone holding a secret treasure bestowed by a true supreme being slaughtered his way into the battlefield. Apart from this, there were supreme beings who looked over coldly, chilling killing intent swirling. Honglonglong! In another direction, Hao's heavenly tribulation was like a sea, pouring down, quickly submerging him within. He faced tribulation while fighting Hao Feng. The 2 of them tore at each other fiercely. It had to be said that this heavenly tribulation brought Hao great trouble. It was because this heavenly tribulation was too powerful, submerging him within, the source endless, as if it poured straight out of a sea. Hao Feng evaded, attacking from the distance, not willing to be caught up inside. Kill! Sure Hao, while carrying heavenly tribulation with him, rushed towards the other side's cultivators, wishing to unleash a great calamity. However, each time, Hao Feng would use this chance to rush at Imperial Pass people. This was a type of threat. As long as Sure Hao dared kill the other side's creatures, then he would also use his methods to chase after those geniuses. Stop him for me! Sure Hao roared, transmitting sound to 10 Crown King, Exiled Immortal, and others. Those two had supreme treasures, so it should be fine. Hong Long, 10 Crown King and Exiled Immortal were also decisive, slaughtering towards Hao Feng. Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao carried heavenly tribulation, bringing endless lightning radiance with him. He dove towards the other side's young cultivators, carrying crazy murderous intent as he charged over. Accept death! A roar sounded from above, someone arriving while activating a supreme being artifact. That weapon was indeed terrifying, killing intent surging. Dang! However, Sure Hao remained fearless. With a raise of his hand, he pulled out the everlasting sword core, fiercely hacking it out, blasting that magical artifact aside. Kill! At the same time, Sure Hao roared out, bringing lightning radiance with him as he slaughtered his way forward. Pu piu piu, bloody light flashed, the lightning like a long river. There were immediately some cultivators from the other side who exploded to pieces, killed under Sure Hao's vicious assault. This was especially the case when he set his eyes on an archerer, transferring all of his magical force to release a world-shocking attack. That creature moved out of the way, not facing him head-on. Chi! The divine arrow was like a rainbow. That creature drew his bow towards Sure Hao, the arrow screaming through the heavens. Pong! Sure Hao's fist smashed out, smashing into this incomparably brilliant arrow that was burning like a sun, knocking it aside, making it explode in the skies. Sure Hao was alarmed. This was a powerful cultivator, not a normal king clan, definitely of Emperor clan bloodline. Perhaps it might not be pure, but he was still extremely terrifying. Moreover, this person was in the self-release realm. No wonder Wei family's 4 phoenixes, Lan Xian, Yi, and the others suffered serious injuries, some even dying. This individual was extremely terrifying. Kill! Where do you think you are going? In the skies, someone shouted out, still the youngster who held the supreme being artifact. He was determined to kill Sure Hao. Courting death, Sure Hao erupted in anger. He wanted to get rid of that archerer, but now someone stopped him. Supreme being, display divine might. In the skies, that youngster released a cold call, activating a supreme being magical artifact. Hong Long. At this moment, Sure Hao's hair all stood on end, carrying lightning and killing intent, rushing into the heavens. Back off. Don't let the supreme being artifact become ruined from the lightning tribulation because of this. In the back, a supreme being personally spoke, telling his descendant. If it was himself, he naturally wouldn't feel any fear, as his strength was there. However, it was his descendant who carried such a powerful magical treasure. If it got caught up in lightning tribulation, it might trigger some bad consequences, for example, also having to undergo tribulation. Sure enough, something terrifying happened. The supreme being artifact shone when it encountered lightning tribulation, releasing rumbling sounds, almost drawing over supreme being lightning tribulation. So, multicolored light flashed. A supreme being in the distance collected the magical artifact away. Dao friend, you crossed the line. Are you going to interfere in the younger generation's battle? On the great Dao chessboard, Meng Tianjing spoke. Moreover, in his surroundings, immortal artifacts shone. For example, the immortal ancient war banner, 10 realms diagram, and others, all of them rising and falling, about to smash their way over. That supreme being trembled, not attacking again. The expression of that descendant was pale, quickly backing up. However, he wasn't faster than Sure Hao being caught up to. Huang descended with lightning. Even if he was at the self-release realm right now, he still couldn't stop this type of attack. Pooh! This creature screamed miserably, entire body scorched black, and then exploded. Hao didn't stop, charging into the distance to stop the archer and other creatures. This was definitely a one-sided massacre. When the other side's young cultivators saw Huang display vicious might, ending up in a difficult situation, they all couldn't help but move out of the way, start running for their lives. It was because first, that heavenly tribulation that was extremely terrifying, and secondly because Huang had already advanced to the level of self-release realm, currently vicious and terrifying, unstoppable in his generation. Chi chi chi. The divine arrow was like rainbow light, space-shattering sounds continuous, heaven and earth-shattering, terrifying to the extreme. Hong. Hao arrived. This was the great desert. Even though it was vast, there weren't many places to hide. That self-release realm great archer was caught up to. During this process, he continuously drew his bow, divine arrows like rainbows, shooting towards Hao. Every single arrow carried dazzling brilliance, caused by the release of great Tao laws. Each of the arrows was extremely powerful, terrifyingly strong. Normal people couldn't stop them at all, would immediately be shot through by the arrow. This was especially the case when this was a great cultivator who had some emperor clan blood. If he shot at someone who had lower cultivation time and a lower cultivation level than himself, it would simply be slaughter. Wei family's 4 phoenixes young ladies and the others all died because of this. Even someone as powerful as Hao, whenever he blocked with his arms, he would feel a slight numbing feeling. One could see just how extraordinary this person was. After all, this was the descendant of an emperor clan. Even though his bloodline wasn't pure, coming from a branch family, one could still see how extraordinary this person was. Hong. Electrical radiance flickered about. Hao got closer, some lightning already covering the world ahead. It was a pity, this powerful individual was caught up to by Hao, the bow unable to display its power anymore. Kill! After an intense clash, this creature rushed over, going all out against Hao. Only, for him, this was definitely a disaster because Hao had already ascended into the self-release realm. In the following exchange, a pew sounded. Hao's fist struck through his body, as if an arrow tore through his body, making him explode. This vicious person was killed by Hao. Self-release realm, one of the 10 great archers was actually killed. In the other side, a group of people were moved, all of them furious. However, Hao was now a self-release realm cultivator who could stop him. Hao slaughtered his way over, bringing heavenly tribulation along with him, carrying lightning. He released endless light, rushing at Hao Feng again, wishing to kill this person. Of course, during this process, he himself didn't have it all that easy either. This was but heavenly tribulation, boundless lightning. It blasted all of his body's flesh and blood until he was scorched black, hacked to a miserable state. How was this ferocious, truly shocking everyone, making the vicious pursuers from the other side all stop, all of them escaping. Right now, he was a god of slaughter. He cut off Hao Feng's path of retreat, wishing to fight him until one of them died. Enough! In the distance, someone shouted. This was a supreme being, his voice like thunder, roiling out, shaking the heavens. The younger generation all trembled. Supreme being aura spread, suppressing the great Tao of heaven and earth, making everyone's souls tremble. This battle is destined to be decided by supreme beings. You all can back down. This was a foreign supreme being who spoke like this. No one in the younger generation could stop Huang. This left him displeased. Even though Hao Feng was extremely strong, now deciding victory or defeat with Huang, they had misgivings, feeling worry, scared that he would also fall in battle here. If that happened, then there really would be no one in this generation who could match Huang. Just withdraw. Even Meng Tianjing spoke up. Even though he was competing in the Great Tao chessboard, he was also still paying attention to the battle outside. Imperial Pass young cultivators all withdrew. This time, even though they killed Suo Ming, as well as a branch family emperor clan and others' accomplishments astonishing, they still paid quite the price. When supreme beings fight, how can you all act recklessly? Silence. Right at this time, another supreme being spoke. He raised his hand, fiercely pressing towards the sky, actually wishing to end Hao's heavenly tribulation, blasted away. This was something that had never happened before. Who dared do this? Who could be like this? The heavenly tribulation couldn't be touched, because even the most powerful might end up inviting trouble on themselves, triggering a heavenly punishment that was on their level onto themselves. However, something shocking happened. The heavenly tribulation really was going to be subdued, lightning radiance becoming lessened. Hong. However, towards the end of his suppression, a world-shaking great sound erupted. His arm became scorched black, blasted away. Perhaps it could be said that he quickly severed karma, ending the connection, avoiding it himself. Otherwise, he really might have invited trouble onto himself. It was because in the void, there was actually another lightning pool that appeared, dark red-colored, simple and deep, making one feel great fear. Heh! An Emperor Clan Supreme being released a light sneer, carrying an expression of ridicule. Younger generation, leave this battlefield. The Supreme being spoke, coldly looking at Sure How. Hong. In the skies, explosion sounds rang out continuously, countless meteors sounding, falling into the great desert. There were many star remains that remained after being burned. Immortal Wang descended, in his hands ahead, directly throwing it onto the ground. This immediately triggered cheers from Imperial Pass side, erupting at once. Immortal Wang fought in outer space, killing a supreme being, extremely strong. He won. Only a single fight remains. Then, there will definitely be a calamity filled with blood. Have you all prepared yourselves? An Emperor Clan Supreme being spoke, standing there coldly looking over, staring at Imperial Pass people. Meanwhile, on the Great Tao chessboard, there was another Emperor Clan Supreme being who faced Meng Tianjing. He produced a Great Tao chess piece, the competition reaching its climax. I will personally take action, kill you all one by one. Let's see who among you can still live. The Emperor Clan Supreme being who just spoke walked up, pressing forward himself. The following scene left everyone anxious, making them tremble in fear. It was because an old Supreme being from Imperial Pass accepted the challenge. However, in the end, he was no match. Even though he slaughtered his way over into outer space, using forbidden methods, even making his own Supreme being magical artifact explode, he still died. In outer space, Heaven's cry happened, a rain of blood pouring down. Then, everyone saw a rain of blood pour down. Afterwards, a rain of scarlet blood burned in the heavens, everything becoming quiet once more. Hong. On the Great Tao chessboard, Meng Tianjing was surrounded by symbols, producing unmatched natural laws. He carried an austere energy, taking action with full strength. Just now, he wasn't able to prevent a tragedy from happening, because the match was reaching its climax. Now he erupted with anger. Pooh! On the Great Tao chessboard, blood flowed out from that Emperor Clan Supreme being's mouth. His body staggered, almost falling over from his seated posture. I already said that I would give Imperial Pass one last chance. While your Meng Tianjing confronts our side Supreme Being in a Great Tao chess match, the 9 Heavens Supreme Beings will fight with us, using victory or defeat to decide Imperial Pass fate. Unfortunately, you all lost 2 of the 3 Supreme Being battles already lost. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being who killed Imperial Pass Old Supreme Being walked up, carrying a bloodiness. When his cold eyes opened and closed, it was as if immortal swords shone, extremely piercing. Now everything can end, he said coldly. Isn't it a draw? I have already suppressed him. Right at this time, Meng Tianjing stood up, while the Supreme Being on the other side of the Great Tao chessboard couldn't move, blood dripping out from the corners of his lips. And victory and defeat had already been decided? This was extremely shocking, for battles had already been carried out, 2 victories and 2 defeats. Meng Tianjing said, Is that so? Then let's continue fighting. There is no need to wait any longer. We'll just decide life and death. Slaughter all of you. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being with bloody hands said coldly. He walked forward. The other Supreme Beings also moved, surrounding over. It was clear that this wasn't the time for one-on-one matches anymore. instead directly entering a bloody battle, carrying out the final attack. You all are only a few individuals. How can you all resist? Are you going to use immortal artifacts? Fine, everyone. Let's join our strength. Perhaps we can wipe out Imperial Pass. A supreme being on the other side said coldly. The situation was dangerous. Imperial Pass people weren't many. Now only Meng Tianzheng, Immortal Wang, Jin Taijun, and one other old supreme being remained. There aren't enough people, we cannot fight. Jin Taijun said. What were they supposed to do? Imperial Pass. On the city walls, many people's hearts were pushed up to their throats. We came late. Please forgive us. Right at this time, voices sounded from within Imperial Pass. Multicolored light erupted. Some people leaving the pass, arriving outside the battlefield. Immortal Academy's old bastard has arrived, the elder said in self-mockery, carrying powerful murderous energy. Sacred Academy's old man has also arrived. Seems like I didn't end up coming too late. Another elder also said like this. Today, I am willing to offer my life as sacrifice. This is on the premise that I can drag down two with me. An old woman also spoke, identity unknown. There were supreme beings from the 9 heavens who rushed over, leaving Imperial Pass. All of them were surrounded by symbols that blazed with incomparable brilliance. They knew that the ultimate battle was about to begin. The most terrifying bloody battle was going to happen, victory and defeat perhaps decided in an instant. This was related to Imperial Pass survival itself. In the end, a battle still couldn't be avoided. The Emperor Clan's supreme being whose hands were full of blood was extremely sinister. He was aggressive and forceful compared to the Emperor Clan supreme being Great Elder fought with. He was much more domineering. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one behind. Wipe them all out. I want to see how Imperial Pass can hold on. He spoke out, hair scattered about, traces of blood on it. This wasn't from him, but rather from Imperial Pass supreme being who had died in outer space not too long ago. Droplets of blood slid off his hair and clothes, burning in the air, turning into the most basic essence energy. Then it was absorbed by him. This person's pupils released electrical radiance. He stepped over step by step, the current leader of the other side, commanding the other supreme beings, pressing towards Imperial Pass people. We have already waited for this day for far too long. It is finally time to break through this pass, the Emperor Clan supreme being said. He was a head taller than most, body strong and vigorous. He began to move, a powerful wind stirring around him. Meanwhile, around his body, a blazing sphere of multicolored light erupted, and then it began to burn viciously, becoming a resplendent divine ring. It was dark red in color, carrying golden borders. Moreover, there were star remains among them, for example, heavenly suns, moons, stars, and others, burning, producing wisps of essence energy, entering his body. Apart from this, between the star remains, there was an elder, his corpse rising and falling, the scene extremely bitter. This was the old supreme being from Imperial Pass. His body had been blasted through by this Emperor Clan supreme being in outer space, killed, blood splashing everywhere. Then, just like those stars, it was refined. Ah, master! Ancestral teacher! Imperial Pass, on the city walls, there were people who cried out in grief, howling out loudly. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. It was because around that Emperor Clan's body, the scene that divine ring reflected wasn't purely irregular phenomenons, but should be things that really happened before. Immortal Academy's #1 expert arrived. Sacred Academy's head also came, as well as a mysterious woman. They stood at Meng Tianjing's side together, wishing to advance and retreat with him, to live and die together. Apart from this, multicolored light was shining. 2 more people hurried over, a man and woman. Both of them were living unmatched beings from long-life families. After endless time had passed, it was already determined by many that they had passed away many years ago. Who would have expected that they were still living? Inside Imperial Pass, there was an important figure who said this softly, extremely shocked. Wu, what last words do you all have? Just hurry up and say them, or else you won't have the chance anymore. The other side's Emperor Clan Supreme Being didn't seem to mind. He slowly walked over, forceful and domineering. In his surroundings, inside the dazzling divine ring, it was as if an expanse of broken cosmos, star remains, supreme beings' withered bodies, and others rose and fell. He looked extremely terrifying, as if he was a great demon king who struggled free from his shackles, slaughtering his way out from the 9 layers of hell. In that instant, regardless of whether it was Imperial Pass or the other side's fighters, many people trembled, pressured under his aura. This day has finally come. Just take action. On Imperial Pass side, Immortal Academy's elder side. This is fine as well. All of you can head on your way. I'll send you all into the afterlife. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being laughed, but it was extremely cold, and also extremely cruel. Everyone knew that this was going to be a great, decisive battle. The pressure was too great. If they won, then they lived. If they were defeated, then they would die. Even Imperial Pass and the 9 heavens 10 earths were going to fall into the other side's hands, blood flooding into the heavens in this great world. Kill! A great battle erupted. The most terrifying, decisive battle began. Hong! They rose into the sky, arriving in the battlefield in outer space. On Imperial Pass side, these supreme beings didn't hesitate, activating magical force, immediately activating the immortal artifacts. In that instant, the 10 Realms diagram, Immortal Ancient War Banner, 9 Phoenix Furnace, Wong family's Long Life War Halberd, and others rushed up, all of them smashing towards the other side's experts. Since this was the final bloody battle, then the final objective was to wipe out all of the enemies. What one-on-one battle, fair confrontation. Both sides no longer had so many considerations, only wishing to slaughter all of the opponents. On the other side, it was naturally like this as well. They immediately activated those magical artifacts, for example, the Heaven and Earth Pouch, damaged hammer that carried lightning power, bone blade, and other things. These things released immortal light, immediately rushing out powerfully, shaking up outer space. Great cracks were everywhere, quickly extending, tearing apart the star dome. Hung Long. Immediately afterwards, there were stars that exploded one after another. This was a world-collapsing battle, the effects far-reaching and profound. In the Great Desert, both sides had observers, the youngsters who didn't have the qualifications to take action. Their faces all became pale. How powerful! In the distance, there was even more so a war chariot, the young undead knights who came from Burial Region. They watched this battle from the side, carrying sighs, quietly commenting. Life or death struggle, this bitter great battle had begun. Everyone knew that when these people returned from outer space, that would mean that Imperial Pass fate was decided. Who would survive, which side would win? At this time, the other side's cultivators could still be considered calm, but Imperial Pass creatures were no longer so unperturbed, their faces all covered in cold sweat, nervous and uneasy. It was because they knew that the 9 heavens supreme beings were too few in number, unable to compare to the other side at all. Their numbers were at an absolute disadvantage. Everything clearly pointed to disaster. Hong! Suddenly, blazing radiance erupted in the skies, raging flames rising, moreover accompanied by terrifying fluctuations. A sphere of light was released, burning fiercely, immediately filling the sky dome, dazzling to the extreme. A boundless pressure surrounded the world. The heavenly sun has exploded, someone said loudly. That was the desolate border's sun. At this moment, it exploded because of the great battle in outer space. Endless radiance swept out like an ocean wave, sweeping through outer space. Then, a honglong sounded. The radiance completely disappeared, returning to darkness. The heavenly sun was destroyed, many stars turning to dust. The world above became empty, heaven and earth sinking into absolute darkness. However, this type of darkness, this type of pressure were soon shattered again. It was because the Supreme Being battle was too intense. The light they released burning the heavens, the radiance soon becoming even more blinding than a sun. Wanglong. Those immortal artifacts began to enter a deadlocked situation after shaking intensely, as if they were confronting each other, forming a terrifying domain, becoming a world of its own. Even though your numbers aren't great, it seems like you all have some methods as well. In outer space, the Emperor Clan's supreme being's voice was cold, murderous energy becoming stronger and stronger. Suddenly, everyone was stunned, because the cultivators on Imperial Pass, through the magical formation and all types of divine lens, saw the battle in outer space, discovering that another 2 or 3 people joined their side. It seemed like the hiding supreme beings in the 9 heavens 10 earths all moved, coming here to risk it all. It was because they all understood that once the nest is destroyed, no eggs would be left intact. On the ground, in the great desert, that Emperor Clan supreme being who had previously faced Meng Tianzheng continuously trembled at this time. He wanted to break through the seal, but blood continuously poured out from his mouth. Unable to stand up, his entire face became more and more pale, actually igniting his own life. If this continued, he would die soon. Just how shocking were these methods? Meng Tianzheng actually dealt with an Emperor Clan individual in that chess match. In outer space, the great battle became more and more cruel, extremely bitter. A roar of grief sounded, shaking up the mountains and rivers. Even in the great desert, they could hear everything clearly. An old supreme being was going to fall, about to die here. Pooh! Sure enough, a rain of blood poured down, making heaven and earth tremble. Of course, the blood evaporated when it was still in the air, not landing on the great desert, or else that would be catastrophic, devastating. Tugu Yulong roared out, screaming. That was their family's old supreme being, his ancestor, yet he fell in battle just like that. One could see that the other side's supreme being was completely calm and unruffled. A hand piercing through Tugu family's supreme being, pulling his heart right out. Then, a finger pointed out, piercing through the space between the old supreme being's brows, blood splashing out. Emperor Clan. There's more than a single Emperor Clan. Everyone's faces turned white, almost in despair. They couldn't bear to watch anymore. How could they still dare look into outer space? Apart from the Emperor Clan individual who fought with Meng Tianjing, another appeared. Was there a third one who was fighting right now? The most bitter scene arrived, making everyone feel dispirited, shadows looming over their hearts. It was hard for them to hold on to hope. Kill! Meng Tianzheng roared out, his head of black hair dancing about, carrying vicious energy and unending flames. His fighting spirit erupted. In his surroundings, symbols covered everything densely, all types of the most powerful divine abilities used, fighting bloodily against that Emperor Clan. At the same time, he also attacked the surrounding creatures. Imperishable scripture. This made Meng Tianjing's palms sparkling and dazzling, sweeping through the world. It was powerful, actually blasting aside the Emperor Clan, struggling free. Hong! The world collapsed, the battlefield in outer space was shattered. Meng Tianzheng didn't hesitate to pay the price, spitting out a mouthful of blood, turning it into symbols, covered his hands. He attacked murderously in a direction. An intense clash happened, a bitter fight breaking out. He blasted a supreme being to pieces, turning him into a rain of blood, bloody mist scattering. Hand over your life! The Emperor Clan supreme being who took action against Meng Tianzheng before roared out, feeling like he was greatly humiliated. Even under his suppression, Meng Tianzheng could actually kill someone. Just the struggle of a trapped beast. Even if you fight with everything you have, in the end, it will still be hard for you to change anything. The other side's Emperor Clan supreme being said. Wang. Immediately afterwards, a great bow that carried blood as well as vicious energy appeared at Meng Tianjing's side. The bowstring rang out, shaking the sky dome. It was because the immortal artifacts were clashing, tangling about each other, now couldn't be controlled by them anymore. This was Meng Tianjing's magical artifact, following him ever since he was young. It was filled with endless murderous energy. However, in the end, because something unexpected happened when Meng Tianjing walked the path of body as the seed, at the final step, body and Tao almost erased, this great bow had remained silent for many years, never appearing again afterwards. Only in this age, when they had to fight a great battle against the other side in desolate border, did it reappear once more. Hong Long. That bowstring was too terrifying, like thunder, shocking everyone nearby. Meng Tianzheng drew his bow, using natural laws as the arrow, shooting at the surrounding creatures. Qi, the divine arrow, was unmatched, murderous energy without equal. In that instant, the other side's creatures were horrified. Meng Tianzheng was fighting against emperor clans, yet he still had the chance to shoot at other supreme beings. Pooh! Someone was struck, instantly exploding to pieces. Primordial spirit turned into a rain of light. He was directly shot through, dying. This type of power shocked everyone. Was Meng Tianzheng a war devil? Right now, his body was covered in golden armor, great bow in hand, about to shoot down the dome of heaven itself. Meng Tianzheng, you are courting death, the Emperor clan expert shouted coldly, attacking crazily. Dang! Meng Tianzheng's arrow shot at him, making the weapon in his hands shake greatly, his arm even becoming numb. Then, another arrow flew over, piercing through heaven and earth. With a pu sound, the Emperor clan expert's shoulder was shot through. Even though it wasn't fatal, it was still extremely terrifying. The Emperor clan supreme being roared, shocked and furious. His shoulder exploded, blood flowing out in a long stream. Half his body dyed red, making him stagger backwards. This battle, regardless of who ends up winning, I will still make sure your blood splatters across the starry sky. You will pay the price. Meng Tianzheng spoke, becoming even more vicious and terrifying. Pooh! A dazzling rain of blood blossomed. In the distance, another supreme being died. This one was from the 9 heavens, dying in outer space. The battle was too intense, everyone's eyes becoming red from slaughter. Many supreme beings were fated to die in this battle. It was going to be extremely terrifying. Everyone knew that the great battle would end soon. A cruel result was going to descend soon. A bitter battle, miserable confrontation was currently playing out in outer space. Pong! In outer space, a figure flew backwards, entire body covered in blood. The entire sky was brilliant, scarlet blood dropping, making the stars and others collapse. In this region, there were star remains and meteorites everywhere. Many stars were crushed to pieces, dazzling like fireworks. Imperial Pass experts fought the other side's supreme beings in a bloody struggle. This was the most bitter battle. First, the other side's supreme beings were exceptionally powerful, all of them formidable opponents, and second, the other side had more experts than Imperial Pass, surrounding them like a pack of wolves, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Under the starry sky, an Imperial Pass supreme being was sent flying, and was then caught up to. The enemy had a precious pestle in hand. Following a Hong sound, blood splashed out. That supreme being was seriously injured, entire body covered in cracks. There were some parts like the shoulder blade that directly exploded, flesh badly mangled, his body taking serious damage. Imperial Pass will definitely be destroyed today. Before then, Imperial Pass most powerful individuals will be slaughtered clean first. This was the cold voice of a foreign supreme being, voicing his resolution. He revealed a cruel and merciless expression, not giving Imperial Pass creatures any chance. Blood splashed out. The 9 heavens supreme being who was struck by the pestle suffered another deadly blow from the back. A sparkling blue war spear flew over from the darkness, incomparably dazzling. It dispersed the darkness, the sharp spear tip entering that supreme being's body with a pu sound. Ah! This supreme being roared out. He had no way of dodging at all because there were too many enemies here. Just now, there were at least 2 or 3 who attacked him. He was bound in natural law chains, tied up, shackles around his body. When moving through the void, it was extremely difficult, which was why he couldn't evade. Pooh! Then, a snow-white long blade hacked over, removing his head, destroying his primordial spirit. Another supreme being died here. Imperial Pass most powerful experts were all in dire straits, surrounded and attacked, in danger. There was a chance that they might die at any time. Meng Tianzheng was extremely strong, but he was attacked by someone. The Emperor Clan Supreme being personally took action, other experts also helping him, wishing to seal him. Originally, Meng Tianzheng's divine arrows were sky-shocking, continuously shooting down enemies, creating a terrifying disturbance. But now, he was suppressed, his situation unfavorable. You are extremely strong, but what is the use? Can you defy the heavens in these starry skies? The Emperor Clan Supreme being said coldly. Arrange the formation. Refine him to death, he ordered. In the surroundings, great banners appeared one after another. Some of them earthen yellow, raging flames blazing, some black, releasing endless mist, some scarlet, a bloody aura surging. A great banner fluttered about. Under rumbling sounds, even the surrounding stars were crushed, the scene terrifying. Streak after streak of light shot over, rushing out from the flag surface, flying towards Meng Tianzheng in the air. They turned into order and regulations, carrying out a suppression, wishing to seal him here. Even if Meng Tianzheng was strong, he was still trapped by the Supreme Being, sealed in the Great Formation, powerless to reverse the situation. He could only watch as Imperial Pass cultivators fell, unable to help. Suppress. Seal him to death here. That Supreme Being expert personally took action, inviting the others to move together, further restrain Meng Tianzheng. One could imagine just how strong Meng Tianzheng was, for even the powerful and arrogant Emperor clan to ask others to help him, seal him together. Once this type of accomplishment spread, it would definitely be shocking. However, right now it was useless. No matter how glorious he was, if he was cut down here, it was still meaningless. Meng Tianzheng's strength was something everyone could see. But if he died, then all of this would amount to nothing. Right now, the most important was killing the enemy, wiping out all of the other side's experts. Kill! Kill! The situation was extremely bad. In the distance, a Supreme Being roared in grief. This was an expert from the 9 heavens, now attacked, clearly unable to hold on. Pong! In the end, he exploded in the sky, smashed into a bloody mist by a wolf-teeth club, crushed bones flying in all directions. Everything died in red. How could it be like this? Imperial Pass, on the city walls, everyone's eyes felt like they were splitting. They stared at the bone mirror in midair, watching the great decisive battle through it. Everyone felt like their bodies were going cold, the last bit of hope within them even gone. Imperial Pass side was clearly losing, about to suffer a crushing defeat. If those Supreme Beings couldn't be stopped, then Imperial Pass was next. Once it was broken through, blood would inevitably flow like rivers, corpses piled up like mountains. The great battle in the heavens was bitter and miserable. From time to time, Supreme Being blood flew out, some great stars even becoming dim from being soaked, and then about to be destroyed. Imperial Pass cultivators fought a great battle against the other side. There were countless lights around Immortal Wang. Right now, he was suppressing his opponent, occupying the advantage. Kill him. The other side's people noticed this, quickly offering assistance. One in the front, one in the back. 2 great experts pressed over, powerful winds sweeping about. Great black winds swept about in the sky dome, terrifying to the extreme. Immortal Wang was extremely delicate and handsome, looking like he was only 16 or 17 years old, ridiculously young, but he was definitely terrifying right now, and also extremely dangerous. The battle's results were unexpected. Under the attacks of the 2 great experts, he used an unmatched extreme art, slaughtering out dazzling brilliance. A sword core flew out from between his brows. Dark light flickered about, entire body pitch black. This was formed from his primordial spirit, sturdy and imperishable. Nothing it couldn't pierce through. In that instant it cut through the sky dome. Pooh! This sword appeared too abruptly, and it was too fierce. Tore through everything, nothing able to stop it. The head of the Supreme Being who fought with him was immediately cut open, primordial spirit destroyed. A large expanse of blood spilled out, corpse falling down from the starry sky. In the back, the other expert was shocked. One of them was killed even after they joined together. His entire body went taut, inwardly shivering. He sensed that he was in danger as well. It was because suddenly his body couldn't move, as if it was sealed. Pooh! That black sword core flew over, cutting him in half, completely killing him, primordial spirit disappearing. This battle shocked everyone in the surroundings. The other side's creatures were alarmed, all of them looking over. Chaos calming art. Someone cried out. They couldn't help but become shocked. It was because it was one of the ancient era's 3 most powerful sword arts, known as one of the most powerful killing methods. Immortal Ancient had experienced much chaos many years ago. There were already clashes with the other side. During Immortal Ancient times, there were people who displayed the chaos calming art, attacking the other side, killing undying kings, shocking an entire era. The other side's vicious scouting attack was stopped. Unfortunately, after that battle, the one who displayed the chaos calming art was seriously injured, and then ultimately perished. It really is the chaos calming art, the extreme sword art that has killed an undying king. Just hand over your life, someone said with a low roar. A foreign supreme being slaughtered his way over. The so-called chaos calming art's reputation was too great, previously shocking all of Immortal Ancient era. Immortal Wang fought bloodily. Right now, he had to go all out. The other side already clearly displayed their attitude. They were going to wipe out all of Imperial Pass Supreme Beings, eradicate the upper levels, and then break through Imperial Pass. Oh! Immortal Wang released a great roar, his head of hair fluttering about. Even though he looked young, the expression in his eyes immediately became incredibly fierce. Before the space between his brows, a black sword core appeared, shining with him. Kill! No one dared look down on him, suspecting his strength. It was because he dared compete with Meng Tianzheng before, both from the same generation, never losing to the other side. When these two were mentioned, most regarded them as equals, believing that they were a pair of generation-oppressing heroes, valiant and unmatched. Of course, there were some who believed that Meng Tianzheng's blood energy wasn't powerful enough, might not have as much potential as Immortal Wang. It was because Immortal Wang truly was extremely heaven-defying. The reason why he was so young wasn't because he purposely altered his appearance, but because he had previously undergone a rebirth, living another half-life. He was just that close to living another whole life. This type of rebirth was to completely recover one's youth, one's body and mind both restored to their golden years. As long as one didn't achieve immortality, then there was no chance of long life. They lived from the start of the Great Era until now, their lifespans originally already drying up, so they needed to live a second life. However, from past until now, how many people could achieve this? It was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, something that couldn't be seen. Of course, there were some who believed that Meng Tianzheng was too pitiful. When he was young, he was unstoppable, no one able to match him. But he insisted on walking the body as the seed path. Unexpected things happened, leading to him becoming half-crippled, affecting his accomplishments. The damage towards one's great Tao would affect them for their entire life. Otherwise, many people believe that Meng Tianzheng would be even more terrifying right now. Difficult to imagine what type of heights he would reach. Kill! Immortal Wang roared. His sword core was pitch black, not larger than a palm, but it was unstoppable. This was a sword core made from a primordial spirit, known to be able to cut through everything. Pooh! Right when they were surrounded and attacked from all sides, he killed another supreme being. The black sword core was dyed in blood, the skies trembling as a result as well. Immortal Wang displayed might, continuously killing the enemy, making all of the other side's supreme beings reveal hostility. Chaos calming art, just how distant of a memory was this? Back then, it had previously killed the kings of my side. This type of inauspicious inheritance is destined to be eradicated. The Emperor clans were alarmed. The Emperor clan individual who previously killed Tugu Yulong's ancestor remained calm and unruffled, slowly walking through the starry sky, heading towards Immortal Wang. Behind him were other supreme beings, wishing to kill Immortal Wang. The chaos calming art won't be able to calm the chaos again, that Emperor clan shouted, eyes deep. He personally took action, slaughtering his way towards Immortal Wang. Hong! A world-shocking battle erupted. The Emperor clan's fury shook heaven and earth. Immortal Wang continuously killed the other side's supreme beings, making this person's killing intent overflow into the heavens. The Emperor clan's supreme being wanted him dead. It was clear that Imperial Pass side was in a state of emergency. The two great experts Immortal Wang and Meng Tianzheng were both targeted, stopped by many people of the other side, about to be suppressed and killed. The pressure the other supreme beings from the Nine Heavens faced also lightened as a result, because the main force was suppressing Immortal Wang and Meng Tianjing, temporarily freeing them from a life and death predicament. However, this was only a momentary easing. As soon as Immortal Wang and Meng Tianjing died, the situation would be decided. All of them would be wiped out as well. Too weak. Kill them all, one of them said softly, carrying hostility, as well as terrifying fluctuations. He led the remaining supreme beings towards Imperial Pass supreme beings in attack. Emperor Clan. Imperial Pass people felt their hearts almost stop. The most terrifying thing happened. The third Emperor Clan individual appeared, arriving here in charge of killing them. The other side moved out, just too many experts for this battle. Even Emperor clans were moved, including the one Meng Tianzheng suppressed on the Great Tao chessboard. This was now the fourth Emperor clan supreme being. So weak, yet you all want to hold on. Not a single one of you should think about leaving. That Emperor clan cultivator said in an indifferent manner, not too fast or too slow. He walked over step by step just like that. However, during this process, terrifying ripples appeared between heaven and earth. When his footsteps landed in the starry sky, it was as if he stepped on water. Ripples released. These were great Tao symbols. These symbols were like ripples, spreading outwards, shocking all sides. Not far out, a female supreme being who came from the Nine Heavens was immediately shaken. She suffered an attack, quickly backing up. Only not far out, there were still other foreign supreme beings, surrounding her and cutting her off, not letting her run. It's useless. You can head on your way. No one can save you, the Emperor clan supreme being said. He looked extremely young, as if he was 20-something years of age, but his eyes revealed great changes, definitely lived for an endless amount of time. At the same time, the ripples beneath his footsteps became even more terrifying, spreading outwards. The ripples became increasingly intense like thunder, shaking up the surrounding starry sky. The old female supreme being who had long been seriously injured, almost dying in the decisive battle staggered, blood spurting out of her mouth. On her white hair, there were many blood beads, some from the enemy, but also blood from her own injuries. She was on the verge of collapse. Pooh! Eventually, as that Emperor clan individual pressed forward, the female supreme being actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood, face pale, about to collapse in the starry sky. How could this be? This left everyone greatly alarmed. Was the Emperor clan really terrifying to this extent? That's the immortal trampling 9 steps. Be careful. In the distance, an old supreme being loudly reminded. On Imperial Pass side, all of the supreme beings' ages were great, all seniors who had survived from various eras. Unfortunately, long life was already impossible. Now all reaching great ages, blood energy dried up, no longer at their peak states. It is useless. Once the 9 steps are taken, you all will be sent on your way. This Emperor clan supreme being calmly said. Continuing. Immortal trampling 9 steps, one could imagine the power just from the name alone. This was a world-shocking extreme art. Kill! The female supreme being roared out. She knew that the situation was extremely bad, that she had to go all out. Otherwise, she might not have the chance to take action again. In that instant, endless streaks of multicolored light shot out, auspicious radiance filling the heavens, drowning many star remains. This place became extremely brilliant. That was the female supreme being who took action, resisting the Emperor clan expert. Unfortunately, in the end, it was still too late. She was seriously injured to begin with, so when she faced an Emperor clan's full-powered attack this time, she was clearly no match. 5th step, 6th step. That Emperor clan was counting his own steps, counting out loud. When it reached the 8th step, heaven and earth collapsed, divine light roaring out like a sea, blasting away all of the female supreme being's precious techniques. Moreover, ripples spread below the starry sky, incomparably intense. The female supreme being was shaken until she continuously coughed out blood, body covered in cracks. This was the result of great Tao rippling out, suppressing everything. Pong! Then, the female supreme being's body was cracking apart, many areas exploding, extremely miserable. Just head on your way, the Emperor clan expert said, incredibly cold. A demonic blade appeared in his hands, scarlet red like blood. With a wung sound, it was brandished, hacking outwards. Even though the female supreme being resisted with everything she had, in the end, she still couldn't change much. With a pu sound, her head flew outwards, primordial spirit completely erased. This was extremely shocking, intimidating everyone. There aren't many left. All of you can go on your way, the Emperor clan supreme being said, cold and ruthless, looking down on those who remained. In the distance, a great howl sounded. Meng Tianzheng was trapped within the formation, struggling intensely, wishing to break out. Right now, his eyes were covered in bloody wisps. He watched as supreme beings from the nine heavens side died one after the next with his own eyes, almost completely wiped out. They were all old friends, or else they wouldn't be like him, appearing alongside him, sharing the same faith. He just watched as they died. Meng Tianzheng felt great grief, as if he was a trapped, wounded beast. He roared out, carrying grief. When can it revive? Just revive. The past war blood. Meng Tianzheng lowered his head, looking at that great bow in his hands, saying softly. He roared out, as if he was chanting an ancient incantation, wishing to release something. Unfortunately, after trying many times, the bright red bow sticky with blood didn't display anything different. Right now, the Emperor clan leader and the other experts dealing with Meng Tianzheng displayed force together, smashing towards the formation, wishing to kill Meng Tianzheng, completely end him here. The Tao accomplishments of a life, nurtured to this day. Meng Tianzheng's entire body shone, resisting everyone's attacks. If not for him cultivating the imperishable scriptures' profound meanings, he would definitely have fallen a long time ago. One had to understand that right now, an Emperor clan expert led some other supreme beings in refining him. This type of scene was unimaginable. Meng Tianzheng's figure was powerful to the extreme. Only then could he endure the pain of this refinement, withstanding it not being extinguished. He stroked the great bow with his hands, extremely gentle, carrying reluctance, as well as a bit of regret. Finally, with a great roar, he went all out, starting to destroy this great bow. What is going on? Everyone was shocked, especially Imperial Pass experts, who were even more shaken. They were filled with confusion, feeling worry and fear for him. Meng Tianzheng was destroying his own supreme being artifact. This bow's origins were too great, already following Meng Tianzheng before he was even known, shooting down powerful enemies under the sky. It was all because something unexpected happened in the body as the seed path, leading him to be half-crippled, this bow also becoming half-ruined. After that era, it never appeared again. Now, it reappeared in the world again, power incomparable. Not long ago, it had shot down supreme beings, unstoppable. This should be Meng Tianzheng's most cherished weapon. So why was he breaking it? Hong! Meng Tianzheng used all of his strength, breaking this bow. Drop after drop of blood actually flowed out from within, landing on his body, making him release a low roar. He had a complicated expression on his face, feeling extremely regretful. Why did the great bow drip out blood? Even the other side's cultivators were shocked, confused. Your Tao fruit, your achievements were all inside this bow? No wonder when your body and the bow were destroyed, you didn't die, instead producing great Tao life. In the distance, Immortal Wang was alarmed, saying this softly. Inside the bow were flesh and blood, even bones. The so-called mountain within a mustard seed, it wasn't much for an expert at his level. Within this bow was another world. One could vaguely see a person inside the bow, extremely young. Right now, he was torn apart, broken with the great bow, his growth severed, blood dripping from his entire body. The past Meng Tianzheng, the past road, all of it still remains. In the distance, an old supreme being said with a trembling voice, stirred up and feeling regret, expression complicated. Back then, it was even already said that he was ruined, destined to die. Yet in the end, he still rose up once more. Turns out he had cut off his ruined body, burying a portion of his true spirit into the bough, sealing it inside to nurture it within. Dao fruit, if it is naturally nurtured, conforming with the true body, the results would be unimaginable. A few people guessed at what really happened. The expressions of some of the old supreme beings from the 9 heavens were extremely complicated. They knew that Meng Tianjing made the final cruel choice. He wasn't going to wait for the divine core to naturally appear, but rather taking the initiative to break the longbow, forcing him to awaken. Drop after drop of true blood dripped out, entering his body. Meng Tianjing's aura was becoming stronger, a wave of powerful aura spreading in the starry skies, raging about, becoming stronger. He previously wanted to achieve immortality through this type of method? The eyes of the Emperor clan cultivator contracted, feeling a wave of alarm. Even though he didn't know what happened to Meng Tianjing's body in the past, now, he could see some clues. Hurry! Everyone attack together. Kill him! The Emperor clan expert roared out. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen. Hong! However, it was already too late. Powerful aura erupted. Meng Tianjing held that bleeding war bow, releasing incomparably terrifying fluctuations. The great formation was smashed apart. He left with a single step. Dong! He brandished the broken bow in his hands, smashing it forward. Pooh! Right at this moment, a supreme being immediately exploded, directly blasted apart, the scene terrifying. Meng Tianjing, for the sake of becoming stronger ahead of time, basically destroyed his own future path, making his divine core Dao fruit appear before it matured. Blood essence scattered outwards, entering his body. There was no more brilliance visible in the future. This was a result that made everyone feel pity and regret. However, right now, his strength indeed increased, as if he was an unchained war god, no one able to stop him anymore. Blood energy surged, about to crush heaven and earth. Fainty. There was immortal energy that was released, illuminating the sky dome. 1 foot in the immortal Dao domain. He is about to achieve immortality? The Emperor clan's supreme being was shocked. At this moment, Meng Tianjing arrived. When he took 1 step, it was as if the world turned and stars moved. Years changed, space discontinuous, time dancing about. Hong Long. Meng Tianjing's fist arrived, while he himself also pressed over, clashing with the Emperor clan expert. Pooh! The Emperor clan expert coughed out blood from his mouth, struck until he flew outwards. He roared out in alarm. Ah! Dong! The broken bow smashed down. Meng Tianjing was tyrannical beyond compare, directly brandishing the weapon he personally destroyed, smashing it down on the Emperor clan expert's body. The other side couldn't evade at all. Pong! Blood sprayed outwards. The Emperor clan expert's body was directly broken into 2 pieces, large amounts of bloody rain scattering outwards. Meng Tianjing had 1 foot into the immortal Dao domain, already making a breakthrough at the peak of mortal Dao. A tall and slender figure stood there, hair flying about, presence intimidating. Meng Tianjing already had 1 foot into the immortal Dao domain. Immortal light erupted, aura devouring mountains and rivers, incomparably valiant. After he made it out of the great formation, he directly killed someone. The Emperor clan's body was broken into 2 pieces, blood dyeing the skies red. Right now, his soul was trembling, backing up without any regard for the consequences, wishing to escape this disaster. The 2 parts of his body both erupted with divine rainbow light, rushing out, not only wishing to escape, but also to piece themselves back together. However, Meng Tianjing only gave him a cold snort. Immortal energy pervaded the air, locking down the void. When those 2 parts of the body rushed up, it was as if they smashed into a wall. Pong! Even though the 2 parts of his body joined up again, when they smashed into that invisible domain, they fell down, covered in blood, covered in injuries. When had an Emperor clan individual ever been in such a sorry state? This person's eyes carried chilliness. Within his mind, endless flames. Feeling extremely sullen, he released a great roar, burning his vitality, displaying the most powerful ancestral method. At the same time, the surrounding supreme beings also moved, providing assistance. Wang. In that instant, 9 stars were strung up together. A supreme being grabbed over 9 suns with a single motion, flames blazing, carving them into formation cores to subdue this place. The supreme beings joined hands, attacking Meng Tianzheng together, moreover wishing to seal him in this formation. It was because they felt that the current Meng Tianzheng was too terrifying, extremely difficult to face, let alone fighting him one-on-one. They had to trap him with a formation. Hong Long Long. The others also moved. In that instant, giant stars appeared one after another in the surroundings, pushed over by some massive figures. The supreme beings displayed their magical projections, becoming as tall as heaven and earth, towering into the starry skies. They made countless great stars spin about, rumble over, drowning out this place. This was the power of supreme beings. They condensed magical imprints, pushing along the sun, moon, and stars, suppressing this place. The scenery was terrifying. Large amounts of giant stars rumbled their way over. All of them had formation patterns carved on them, forming a great heavenly star formation, surrounding this place. However, this couldn't change anything. Meng Tianjing's eyes were brilliant, not immediately attacking that Emperor clan cultivator. His body immediately disappeared from his original location. Pu, the supreme being who grabbed over 9 suns with a single motion, was struck by Meng Tianjing's palm. His entire body exploded in the void, turning into a brilliant expanse of blood. Meng Tianjing was too fast. When his body moved, the flow of time itself altered, space even changing. He went all out, his magical force concentrated into a strike, a single palm enough to eliminate someone. This possessed unimaginable, intimidating effects. Sure enough, the others felt restraining fear, their bodies all becoming a bit sluggish. Qi. Meng Tianzheng turned into a streak of lightning, diving towards the supreme being who bore the greatest hostility, targeting him. Right now, that person held a bone sword in hand, currently aiming it at Meng Tianjing. The sword radiance devoured hundreds of thousands of li, exceptionally penetrating, just too terrifying. Shua. When he saw that Meng Tianzheng was about to attack him, he immediately brandished the bone blade, hacking forward. Sword radiance hacked apart the cosmos, extending who knew just how many tens of thousands of li. This entire part of space was illuminated. Dang! The skies collapsed. Meng Tianzheng held a great bow in hand, sweeping it over, shattering the bone blade. It turned into a rain of light, blossoming in the void, burning. Ah! The supreme being roared out. He didn't think that the first strike would already be enough to destroy his weapon. At the same time, his arm was numb, in great pain. In his surroundings, the most primordial symbols interweaved between heaven and earth, about to refine him away. Out of all the supreme beings, he was the most extreme, so now that Meng Tianjing started with him, this was still as a form of intimidation. Kill! This foreign supreme being shouted, entire body filled with symbols, displaying ancestral methods, facing Meng Tianjing. Unfortunately, all of the radiance was suppressed, flowing back towards his body. That type of ancestral technique was released within his own body. With a hong sound, he exploded to pieces. Scarlet red blood and bright red radiance surged outwards. In the void, a large hand slowly reached over. Just now, that strike was precisely caused by this hand from Meng Tianjing, the result of its overwhelming power. In that instant, supreme beings were continuously killed, moreover in such a dominating manner. The other experts immediately felt a wave of chilliness. Pang! The Emperor clan expert was going crazy. Raging flames burned around him, a pitch-black weapon even more so appearing in his hand. The long spear was cold, carrying Dao laws. With a hong-long sound, it finally pierced through the restrictions, allowing him to rush out. However, what was waiting for him was Meng Tianzheng, who had finished killing 2 supreme beings. He returned here, head lowered, currently looking at him coldly. Kill him. Take action together. The Emperor Clan Supreme Being felt a wave of humiliation. There were still a few Supreme Beings in the surroundings. Now that they heard his call, they took action together. One had to know that, in the very beginning, he agreed to fight with the 9 Heavens Supreme Beings in a fair fight because he knew that they would definitely win a great victory. Doing things like that would not only make them look strong, it was also a way to look down on Imperial Pass, treat them with humiliation. However, later on, he suffered from fighting Meng Tianjing, having to have others lay a formation, trap the other party. Meanwhile, now, he was even more so going to fight together with the other Supreme Beings to face the incredibly ferocious Meng Tianjing. The changes between the situation were just too great. That was why the Emperor Clan Supreme Being felt great shame right now. He was scared of fighting, not daring to face Meng Tianjing in a life-and-death confrontation one-on-one, needing assistance. Wang. A hand reached over, suppressing forward. That was Meng Tianjing's palm. It carried a light golden color, auspicious light overflowing, brilliance shocking. It was unknown just how many great stars shattered under these intense fluctuations. They were crushed one after another, burning in outer space, turning into blazing radiance. This type of scenery was extremely terrifying. When the great hand reached over, grabbing at the Emperor Clan expert, the surrounding great stars were all crushed. This really was horrifying. The Emperor Clan individual resisted, using the most powerful ancestral method, displaying unmatched profound meanings. But he just couldn't withstand this power. That hand was unstoppable, blasting through the barrier he set up, scattering his ancestral technique. Meng Tianjing's palm carried faint immortal light, grabbing him with a single motion. Ah! The Emperor Clan expert roared out, struggling with everything he had here, wishing to break free. He knew that he was finished. Meng Tianjing's cultivation was too high. He already had a foot into the immortal Dao domain, already unmatched in the mortal Dao domain. In this cultivation realm, a cultivator half a step into ascending into the true immortal domain was already someone who couldn't be faced. Meanwhile, Meng Tianjing precisely had one soul already inside. From a certain perspective, Meng Tianjing was still going to transform further, carrying true immortal power. That was why no matter how powerful the Emperor clans were, they weren't enough before Meng Tianjing, unable to stop him. Gotcha! At this moment, Meng Tianjing was extremely decisive and also extremely ruthless. After lifting him up, another hand grabbed out, directly wringing his neck. Then, a finger pierced through the space between his brows, blood flowing outwards. Everyone was shocked, feeling a bit stupefied. That was but an Emperor Clan Supreme Being. However, he had his neck wrung just like that. If news of this got out, who would dare believe this? This type of confrontation, this method of death, it could only be said that the difference in strength between the two was too great, even Emperor clans falling to such a state. Kill! Meng Tianjing released a low roar, taking action against those around him. Divine light immediately rushed into the heavens, great Dao energy spreading, producing a great threat towards those people. Pooh! There were some who couldn't evade in time, shaken up by Meng Tianjing's power until they coughed out blood. Then they were caught up to, directly killed, blood dyeing the starry skies. Meng Tianjing released a long roar, gaze cast into the distance. There was an Emperor Clan Supreme Being who was fighting with others there, now not that many left. There were some who had been surrounded and killed. Hong! An incomparably powerful aura erupted. Meng Tianjing roared out, "Hand over your life!" He crossed the starry sky, directly slaughtering his way over, a fist smashing out. It surrounded a creature's body, divine light covering this starry domain, power world shocking. Pong! That creature was sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Then, his entire body cracked apart, unable to preserve it. Dong! At the same time, Meng Tianjing reached out a finger again. These were the imperishable scripture's fluctuations. A streak of light shot out, making that person break apart into pieces, turn into a clump of bloody mist. Kill! Attack together! Get rid of him! In the distance, there were some who shouted, having the other side's supreme beings attack together. Chang. Meng Tianjing raised the broken great bow, caressing it with his hands, feeling regret, as well as a type of pain. Then he suddenly raised his head. He used all of his strength to temporarily piece the longbow together. Then he fiercely drew it, using natural laws as the arrow, shooting at the incoming figures one after another. Qi. Divine light rushed into the heavens, tearing apart the universe. In that instant, an arrow pierced through a supreme being, making him bleed. Then that divine arrow exploded, ending his body and spirit. Qi qi qi. Divine arrows flew overhead. Meng Tianjing continuously drew his bow, firing out the arrows formed from great Tao laws one after another, helping the supreme beings from Imperial pass out of their predicament, killing the enemy. Pooh! Blood radiance splashed out, supreme beings continuously being struck. 3 or 4 creatures' bodies broke apart, exploding into a bloody mist one after the other. One more step and it will be the immortal Tao. He is so powerful. How are we supposed to face him? Someone said with a trembling voice. They never expected to encounter someone as powerful as Meng Tianjing. Xiao. Divine arrows tore through the sky. Supreme beings killed continuously. Blood rained everywhere. For the other side's cultivators, this was completely an utter disaster. Supreme beings stood at the peak of mortal Tao. Even on the other side, they had extremely great statuses. Undying beings all came from them. Those who could reach this height were all the most powerful individuals in a certain part of history. Hong. In the distance, a long snow-white blade hacked over, carrying dazzling symbols, illuminating the sky dome. Ding! Meng Tianjing flickered his finger, knocking this giant blade aside. The blade energy was like a sea, boundless energy surging, star remains everywhere. This blade's power was too great. This was an Emperor clan's attack, once again stabilizing the situation. He gathered the other supreme beings here to face Meng Tianjing. It really is a pity. You entrusted your Tao fruit to that great bow, but unfortunately you destroyed it, making it come out ahead of time. This means that you have no fate with the immortal Tao in this life. This Emperor clan supreme being laughed, extremely cold, and also extremely heartless, ripping open Meng Tianjing's greatest scar of regret. He was already almost about to succeed. Meng Tianjing might ascend to immortality. Yet today various things happened, ending his long life path. The consequences were extremely severe. The situation was too terrible. He had no choice, forced to this step. Meng Tianjing didn't say anything, instead raising the great bow, walking forward, wishing to kill this person. It was because this Emperor clan had previously coldly took 9 steps, blasting through a female supreme being, even more so using the long blade to remove her head before everyone. Meng Tianjing wanted to kill this person. Hong Long. Sure enough, this person immediately used the extreme art, the immortal trampling 9 steps, each step more terrifying than the last. His body was sparkling and translucent, shining with wisps of undying light. That was the blood energy of an Emperor clan, now raised to the extreme. It boiled in his body, seeping into the surface of his body, surging with boundless magical force. Heaven and earth shook. When the immortal trampling 9 steps appeared, this area of the starry skies fissured, the heavens collapsing. Everyone, lend me a helping hand, the Emperor clan expert spoke. He held a dazzling white long blade in hand. After taking the 9 steps, thunder rumbled, blood energy overflowing. He took 8 steps in a single breath precisely to withstand Meng Tianjing. He knew that the previous 7 steps were useless before Meng Tianjing. When he killed the female supreme being, he also only took 8 steps. However, when the great Tao aura spread, starry skies collapsing, energy surging intensely, Meng Tianjing remained completely unmoved, standing there. No matter how everything was smashed, great stars exploding, he remained eternally imperishable, only looking at the Emperor clan expert with a cold gaze. Right now, the other supreme beings were also shocked. This person was powerful to a horrifying degree after all. The other supreme beings took action, helping the Emperor clan expert, activating magic force. Streak after streak of energy poured into that Emperor clan's body. Hong! Right at this moment he took another 9 steps. If it was he himself who took a step out, it would also be a terrifying attack, enough to immediately kill experts of the same level. It was because even 8 steps could accomplish this, let alone the final step. Meanwhile now, with so many people helping him, lending him a helping hand, it could be said that the Supreme Beings were joining forces, making the power even more astonishing. Bluntly speaking, even if a god or Buddha came, they would be killed. Now that an Emperor clan expert released this attack, it was even more unimaginable. Terrifying fluctuations were released, ripples spreading through the starry sky, rushing in all directions. Hong long long, large amounts of great stars exploded, becoming cosmic dust, dazzling like a multicolored haze. This scene was incredibly shocking. However, Meng Tianjing was still unmoved. "Kill!" the Emperor clan expert shouted. He also moved. When the 9th step was taken, he took another step, rushing at Meng Tianjing. 9 steps returned to 1. However, this wasn't a 10th step, but rather the ripples produced by the previous 9 steps, overlaid together, forming this final attack. Moreover, this final attack didn't appear from his footsteps, but from the dazzling white long blade in his hands. One could see 9 waves of blazing light surge from the base of his feet, engulfing towards his entire body. Finally, it all gathered towards his right arm. With a chi sound, wherever the long blade passed, heaven and earth were cut through. This was the ultimate attack, the fatal blow of the immortal trampling 9 steps. After the 9 steps, several waves of power were stirred. This was the true basis of its power. Dang! Meng Tianjing finally moved. He raised the broken great bow, facing the long blade. Not only was he resisting the Emperor clan's immortal trampling 9 steps, he was also facing the other Supreme Being's joint power. Sparks flew in all directions here, divine force surging, drowning out the starry sky. It was too resplendent, blade energy linking up the starry sea, vast and boundless, killing everything in its path. However, today it encountered an obstacle. Meng Tianjing's great bow forcibly crushed down on this blade, making it vibrate intensely, shake. Kacha! The long blade fractured and then it exploded. It was like an expanse of flowing light, extremely dazzling. Pooh! The Emperor clan expert coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. In addition, his arm was crushed, turned into a bloody paste. This was the power's recoil. The 9 waves of power gathered together to wipe out the enemy. Yet in the end, the other side stopped it, instead injuring his arm. Ho! At the same time, a long roar sounded from the distance. The Emperor clan Supreme Being who was fighting Immortal Wang gave up on his opponent, rushing here to assist the Supreme Being who displayed the immortal trampling 9 steps. The 2 Emperor clan individuals teamed up, standing together. Apart from this, the Supreme Beings of other areas also stopped their battles, all of them hurrying here. We have to kill him no matter the cost. The 2 Emperor clan individuals had the same worry, fearing that Meng Tianjing would make a comeback, so they wanted to kill him together. It was because Meng Tianjing's performance was too shocking, his strength powerful to a horrifying degree. In reality, when one had 1 foot in the immortal Dao domain, they really would become completely different, able to look down on Supreme Beings. If nothing unexpected happened, then this type of person would become an immortal. Unfortunately, he released his Dao fruit ahead of time, severing his path forward. It is time for this battle to end. Meng Tianjing spoke. He didn't feel dejected, nor did he reveal any grief. The radiance in his eyes was brilliant, rushing forward. The broken bow in his hands shone, releasing overwhelming power. He didn't think about anything else, only one thing in mind, which was to kill the enemy. This was especially the case with these 2 Emperor clan Supreme Beings. Both of them needed to be killed. Kill! In the surroundings, the other side's Supreme Beings all moved, attacking him. Without a doubt, with so many people joining together, even if Meng Tianjing broke out, immortal Dao aura around him, it would still be hard for him to hold on. Pack of wolves can fall a tiger. However, he primarily targeted the two Emperor clan individuals, quickly evading and then attacking ferociously. When someone of his level erupted with power, going all out on one target, it would definitely be an extremely terrifying thing. Apart from this, Immortal Wang, Immortal Academy's elder, and others right now all rushed over murderously, taking action as well, sharing Meng Tianjing's burden. Dao brother, I know you don't have much time left. Take care. Please display your everlasting brilliance, wiping out the enemies. Immortal Wang said, actually saying this. This immediately produced a huge uproar. Regardless of whether it was Sacred Academy's elder or the other 9 heavens supreme beings who survived, their expressions all changed. Meng Tianjing didn't have much time left. Meng Tianjing chuckled. And then he sighed, erupting with even greater brilliance. He targeted the 2 Emperor clan individuals, relentlessly pursuing them. Right now, Meng Tianjing was young, and he was also handsome, looking like he was in his golden years. His figure was tall and straight, golden armor covering his body. His expression was resolute, eyes incredibly deep and profound, truly valiant. He was like an unequaled war god, slaughtering his way forward. Along the way, 2 supreme beings were killed one after the other. Immortal light swirled about his body, divine force erupting. Dang dang dang. The great decisive battle began. Meng Tianjing went berserk, sweeping through everyone before him. Finally, he made it over, staring at the Emperor clan individual who had his long blade destroyed, proficient in the immortal trampling 9 steps. With a pu sound, the longbow was brought down, striking him until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. I will restrict him. Attack. Kill him. This Emperor clan individual was also decisive, not fearing death, actually rushing over, grabbing Meng Tianjing's arm with a pung sound. Great Dao symbols covered his body densely, wishing to temporarily restrict Great Elder, not hesitating to pay the price of blood, or even death. The others all attacked, displaying ancestral techniques, bombarding this place. Unfortunately, they underestimated Meng Tianjing's strength. With a pung sound, the Emperor clan individual's arm was crushed, and then he was forcefully raised up. With a pu noise, his body was ripped in half. Meng Tianjing's body was soaked in blood, looking like a demonic god. He didn't stop, avoiding the symbols and other things that flew at him from all directions, attacking the other Emperor clan supreme being. Pooh! Then, this Emperor clan individual was also killed, body smashed apart by the Great Bow. Afterwards, a finger even more so pointed out, piercing his frontal bone, killing him in body and spirit. Meng Tianjing unleashed a great slaughter, making the foreign experts suffer disastrous losses. When the 2 Emperor clan supreme beings lost their lives, the others all fled, no longer fighting this great battle. It wasn't that they were scared, but rather that they knew that continuing was meaningless. It would only be throwing their lives away. Dong! In front of Imperial Pass, in the great desert, smoke and dust overflowed into the heavens. Figures descended one after the next. Then, they directly rushed towards Heaven Abyss, wishing to escape back to the other side. This battle couldn't be continued. No one able to suppress Meng Tianjing. This meant that they lost, moreover suffered a crushing defeat. In the great desert, Meng Tianjing stood there quietly, looking at Heaven Abyss, not chasing after them. In front of Heaven Abyss, on the great desert, Meng Tianjing stood there alone. A rain of blood poured down from the skies. However, everything 10,000 zhang above the ground and higher was burning, turning into sparkling brilliance. That was supreme being blood, as well as the irregular scene of heaven's tears and others. He killed the powerful individuals through this battle, wiping out the Emperor clan supreme beings, shocking the heavens above and earth below. Especially now, when he quietly sat there alone, watching as supreme being blood fell from the sky, turning into a multicolored haze, flowing through the sky, it truly made one's heart tremble. What kind of glorious battle accomplishment was this? To slaughter the other side's supreme beings until they shivered in fear, even Emperor clans falling in succession, not daring to fight anymore, fleeing in disorder. Now he was the only one who stood there, not moving at all. Blood radiance poured down, scarlet multicolored light flickering about, making this world seem extremely bright. Someone released a sigh, feeling sorrow for Meng Tianjing, feeling incomparable pity. This stunning hero was going to disappear from this world just like that. After this battle, they might never be able to see him again. It was because Immortal Wang extremely directly and explicitly said that when Meng Tianjing snapped the great bow, he was making his divine core appear ahead of time. This not only cut off his long life path, it also ignited all of his remaining lifespan. His vitality was going to completely flow out. There wasn't much time left, which was why he went on such a rampage, slaughtering the enemy until they were terrified, making those strong individuals all flee for their lives. There was no more sun, it was destroyed in this battle. However, the sky still had light, the multicolored haze like a sunset glow as it flowed past the horizon, dismal and cold. The hero of a generation was going to come to an end. This was Imperial Pass Scar, as well as the 9 heavens 10 earths regret. This type of expert actually met this type of end, body and Tao about to be extinguished. Truly made one sigh. Rebuild Imperial Pass. Meng Tianjing spoke. His back was towards Imperial Pass, golden battle clothes covered in blood, sparkling and translucent. This was glory as well as regret. His battle accomplishment were world-shocking, yet he was going to die. Now, what he cared about was still to rebuild Imperial Pass as soon as possible, repair the broken city walls to avoid the other side's supreme beings invading again. If this city was fully repaired by borrowing the immortal artifact's protection, it could be protected, extremely difficult to be overtaken. The other supreme beings moved, quickly taking action. There were some who grabbed towards outer space, many great stellar remains there, all of them destroyed by this battle. Immortal Academy's elder, Sacred Academy's old cultivator, Immortal Wang, and the others all moved, their expressions serious. Imperial Pass, on the city walls, when everyone learned what happened, many people sighed, feeling bitter inwardly. Great Elder, Senior Meng Tianjing. A few people revealed grieved expressions. Not long ago, they were still cheering and full of joy. Who would have foresaw that this victory would be so bittersweet? For the sake of killing the enemy, Meng Tianjing cut off his own path of immortality. Moreover, he was going to die. How tragic was this? Everyone was filled with unwillingness, all of them feeling pity for him, filled with anger and a feeling of injustice. They could only sigh. The heavens were jealous of heroes. Sure how finished crossing tribulation. He stood there, his nose sour, opening his mouth, but found it incredibly hard to say anything. It could be said that on his path, ever since he entered the 9 heavens, Meng Tianjing was his protector. He shielded him from Wang family's hostility and Jin family's conflicts, bringing him to secret lands, guiding him along the body as the seed path, showing him endless kindness. If there was no Meng Tianjing, it might be extremely hard for sure how to reach this step so quickly. This path of using the body as a seed, Meng Tianjing was precisely a great predecessor. In the past, he was extremely close to succeeding. It was because he passed down everything to Sure how without holding anything back, moreover bringing him to some secret lands that he was able to succeed. During these years, Meng Tianjing even more so saved his life several times. Senior, I don't want you to die. There has to be a way. Sure how choked with emotion. After all this time he hadn't cried. Yet today he just couldn't hold himself back. He produced Tao Comprehension tea leaves, even more so asking Qingyi, Chao Yuxing, and the others for the things he left behind, for example the divine level herbs, as well as that immortal medicine leaf he had obtained when fighting over the rotten wooden chest. He wanted to save Meng Tianjing, not let him die. Properly cultivate. You will go even further than me. Your path more wide and long, Meng Tianjing calmly said, his back still facing Imperial Pass, looking at Heaven Abyss. His eyes were extremely deep, staring into Heaven Abyss, intimidating the other side's supreme beings, also staring into the sea of natural laws. The other side didn't have any supreme beings who dared cross over. They all returned, not daring to step foot over. In the back, everyone in Imperial Pass moved, refining star remains, rebuilding Imperial Pass. There were others who examined a formation diagram, the immortal ancient formation, wishing to restore it. Many people felt sorrow. The price they paid in this battle was too great. The old supreme beings from Imperial Pass had pretty much all been killed, while a larger half of those from the Nine Heavens were also injured or dead. After this battle, the number of supreme beings became extremely few. One had to understand that this was the accumulation of a great era, yet in the end, they almost completely died out. What made them feel the most regret over was Meng Tianjing. With his aptitude, his potential, he should be able to achieve immortality, yet in the end, he was about to die, disappear from this world forever. After this battle, he slaughtered out his glory, shocking desolate border. Unfortunately, he was now going to leave the world, buried in desolate border. All of his glory could only be condensed into a final war song, accompanying him to the grave. Quite a few people's eyes became red, feeling grief for him. Scarlet multicolored light filled the heavens, sorrowful like the setting sun. In front of Imperial Pass, only Meng Tianjing and Shihao stood there, far from everyone else. He was about to die, yet he still stood at the very front, stopping the other side's experts, preventing them from crossing heaven abyss. Show! Suddenly, a streak of chaotic light erupted, turning into an undying divine spear, flying towards the back of Meng Tianjing's head, wishing to kill him. This was extremely sudden, shocking everyone from Imperial Pass. Then their scalps went numb. This was too abrupt, wishing to kill great elder Meng Tianjing. Be careful, senior. The chaotic light condensed into a spear, dazzling and brilliant, quickly rushing over, carrying great Dao symbols, surrounding where Meng Tianjing was. It was about to enter through his head. Pong! At the most crucial moment, that war spear was actually stopped. It was only half a foot from the back of Meng Tianjing's head. But then it broke apart inch by inch, exploding there, turning into overflowing divine flames. You should have waited a bit longer until I've completely become weak. Then you might have had a chance. Meng Tianjing turned around, his heroic appearance carrying weariness, but it was still intimidating. It was clear that he had long been aware that there was a supreme being behind him, just that he didn't take action. When this supreme being fled back towards the other side, he hid in the void, not in a rush to cross heaven abyss, wishing to kill Meng Tianjing at the crucial moment. However, it was completely useless. There is not much time left. If I had waited until Imperial Pass was rebuilt, then it would be meaningless. That supreme being sighed. Meng Tianjing didn't say anything, only reaching out a hand, grabbing forward. He used the imperishable scripture, palm covering the heavens, unstoppable, overwhelming. Regardless of how this supreme being tried to protect himself, it was useless. All of his ancestral methods collapsed, all great Dao symbols ineffective, completely crushed here. With a pung sound, this foreign supreme being was grabbed. Meng Tianjing slowly retracted his hand, and then his fingers closed powerfully. The supreme being's scream ran throughout desolate border, shaking up the great earth. Yellow waves rushed into the heavens. Within the blood radiance, in the multicolored haze, this expert was crushed into a bloody mist. It burned fiercely, body and soul obliterated. Irregular scenes appeared in the world, as if gods and devils were howling, covering the skies like blood radiance. Meng Tianjing's right palm struck out lightly, scattering everything. Dao friend, have you slept enough yet? Are you going to take action now? Meng Tianjing turned around, looking towards a figure not too far out. There was a creature seated there, bound under divine chains, seated on the damaged great Dao chessboard. His body was covered in blood, all of it blood he spat out. Right now, his expression was dispirited, face pale. This was the Emperor clan cultivator Meng Tianjing suppressed before. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. He actually broke free? It was clear that the supreme being Meng Tianjing killed just now helped this person out, letting him escape. I don't have much time left. If I don't get rid of you before I leave, then it will be hard for my heart to be at peace. Meng Tianjing spoke extremely directly. He was originally going to get rid of this person before he died anyway, to avoid leaving behind any future disasters in Imperial Pass. Hee. This person laughed. Then he stood up, breaking all of the natural law chains. His body burned fiercely, divine flames reaching the heavens, flourishing like a sea. He charged viciously at Meng Tianjing. At this moment, he used the most powerful attack, not hesitating to ignite all of his vitality. Seizing this chance when Meng Tianjing didn't have much power left to slaughter out a path of life, break through heaven abyss. Honglong. Heaven and earth burst open. He attacked ferociously. Meng Tianjing's arm unfolded. The broken bow was on his back, but he still made a bow-drawing motion. A divine arrow that was brilliant like an immortal sword cut open the world, hacking apart the everlasting. Pooh! There was no bow in his hands, but an arrow still flew out. It was as tall as the heavens, used as an immortal sword. With a pew sound, this Emperor Clan individual was shot in half. The expression on this person's face became rigid, heaven overflowing great Tao divine flames immediately freezing. His entire body started to split from between the brows, and then break in half. Then, including the primordial spirit, he exploded with a pong noise, Emperor Clan blood dyeing the skies red. Honglong. Meng Tianjing's large hand covered the skies, collecting all of the blood and bones with a single motion, and then flung it into heaven abyss, the remains burning inside. This time, everything before Imperial Pass became quiet. On the great desert, Meng Tianjing stood there quietly, looking first at heaven abyss, then back to Imperial Pass. An evening wind swept over, his armor releasing kangxiang noises. His battle intent was still surging into the heavens. However, his life was about to reach its end. Under the sullen blood-colored multicolored light, under the whistling of the winds, he spent the last of his time. This was a glorious battle. He intimidated all of the other side's supreme beings alone, seizing peace through slaughter. Now, no one dared take half a step through heaven abyss. This was a type of great pressure. Unfortunately, after this extreme brilliance, he would enter eternal darkness. Meng Tianjing didn't move, continuing to stand in front of desolate border. His body seemed like it was petrified, as if he was a war god's stone statue. "Senior, don't die!" From the rear, sounds of weeping and grief sounded. They all saw him as a god of war. Meng Tianjing was about to die. In front of Imperial Pass, blood-colored scarlet multicolored light was dismal and bleak, making everyone feel great emotions. Many people wept in grief, all of them knowing that he was going to die in meditation, difficult for him to preserve his life. This was the hero of a generation, yet he still couldn't avoid a tragic fate. Senior, Sure stood nearby. He was choking with sobs. What was he supposed to do? He brought all of the divine herbs, the immortal medicine leaf, and other things over, but Meng Tianjing shook his head. This was enough to explain everything. How could this scene not make everyone feel sorrow? After this world-shocking battle, they defended Imperial Pass, but great Elder Meng Tianjing's path was severed, moreover going to pass on. The Golden War armor was soaked in blood. There was blood from the enemy, but also his own. The end of glory was imminent. I only have one regret, which is that I was not able to ascend to immortality. Meng Tianjing said softly. Originally, there was no way to achieve immortality in this environment, yet he opened up a different path, even almost about to succeed. However, for the sake of the final battle, for the sake of protecting Imperial Pass, he severed his own glory, abandoning his original glory. Right now, even though he was glorious and majestic, he couldn't help but feel a bit of regret. Meng Tianjing's aura was restrained, life force fluctuations slowing down, no longer that brilliant. It no longer surged endlessly like a sea, now becoming quiet. In my heart, Senior is greater than immortals, Sure said. He felt incomparable respect and admiration for Meng Tianjing. This was something that came from deep within his heart. Old friend, where do you wish to go? Where do you wish to rest in peace? Immortal Academy's elder walked over, wishing to help out his old friend one last time. He was filled with emotions. After knowing each other for a larger half of a great era, now he had to see him to the afterlife. Imperial Pass repair was pretty much complete. A few people hurried over. "Tao friend, we will see you off," someone said with a sigh. Supreme beings came to see him off. They knew that there was nothing they could do to reverse things. Meng Tianzheng was going to die. No one could revive. "I don't need a place of burial, don't need a tombstone. I'll just be buried in this heaven and earth. Remaining in desolate border is fine. This was my last battlefield, so I'll just watch over this place," Meng Tianjing said. These words made everyone feel great pain inside. "To exist with the world," Meng Tianjing shouted. Then, he exerted power, forcing everyone back, moreover activating a great Tao divine light, sending Shi Hao away, having him enter Imperial Pass. Honglong. At this moment, Meng Tianzheng erupted, entire body shining, as if he was burning, releasing unfading power. A wave of the most powerful fluctuations rippled out, engulfing the heavens above and earth below. Meng Tianjing's head of black hair fluttered about, eyes penetrating like electrical radiance. His aura was surging. From his body, streak after streak of immortal light rose, hazy immortal mist surrounding him, making that place look incomparably divine, as if a true immortal descended into this world. Senior Meng. On Imperial Pass, everyone was shocked. What was he trying to do by releasing everything he had? Tao Brothers' aura devours mountains and rivers after all. Heroicness unmatched. Even without much life left, you still wish to release one final attack. Tread on that path of immortality. Immortal Wang sighed with admiration. Everyone understood. Even though Meng Tianzheng didn't have much time left, he still didn't lower his head, forging ahead bravely, wishing to take his final step, completely become an immortal. The price was just too great. He was burning the great Tao, igniting his vital energy, doing everything he could to break through the hindrance of this heaven and earth's environment. Step into the immortal Tao domain. This was defying the heavens. Everyone knew that he was seriously injured, unable to reverse the situation. Now, he was going all out like this. Even if he entered the immortal Tao domain, he wouldn't be able to live. He would only die extremely miserably. It was because at that time, he would have already exhausted everything. Since he couldn't live until the day he achieved immortality, then just a moment of glory it was. He would break in with a single strike, prove that he had attained it before, crush this great era's curse, break through the shackles. Meng Tianjing was unmatched in valor. Right now, he was brilliant and everlasting, everyone backing up, entering Imperial Pass, unable to approach anymore. A rain of light flew about, carrying immortal aura, carrying unfading battle intent. This was his will, unyielding, unwilling, his final battle of this life. He wanted to step into immortal Tao. A rain of light scattered about, immortal ascension light erupting, incomparably dazzling. It illuminated all of desolate border, lighting up this world. Inside Imperial Pass, everyone was shocked. However, it was regretful. If the divine core within the great Bao wasn't damaged, Tao fruit not harmed, then he wouldn't be heading down a path to his end heroically, instead naturally achieving immortality. Hong Long Long. Meng Tianzheng was moving, deriving unparalleled methods, immortal Tao aura hazy. The sky was filled with auspicious multicolored light, ascension light covering his body, making this place increasingly mysterious and grand. It was as if a war god reincarnated, also as if a true immortal revived. Right now, even though Meng Tianzheng heroically headed towards the end of the road, his aura still devoured mountains and rivers. He released a great roar, shaking up desolate border. He was everlasting in the raging flames, brilliant and intimidating. Hong Long. Meng Tianjing raised his hand, grabbing great stars from outer space one after another, as well as refining them with magical force carrying immortal Tao aura, rebuilding Imperial Pass, quickly completing the restorations. Has he transcended the level of supreme being, both feet about to stand in another domain? A supreme being said in shock, voice trembling slightly. Not long ago, Meng Tianjing had one foot in the immortal Tao domain, already shocking this age. It was because at that time he already exceeded the level of supreme being, overlooking the world under the heavens. Now, did he truly succeed? Did he fully enter that domain? However, death was still going to arrive. This world's Tao fruit was burning within the fiery blaze, ascending the path of immortal Tao amidst the brilliance. Hong Long. Suddenly, heaven abyss direction shook greatly. The scene was grand, natural law surging. Natural laws poured down from heaven abyss, even more divine chains of order descending, submerging that place. Oh! At the same time, a great roar sounded from the other side. There was an unmatched expert who was moving. Anlin's spear as well as without death's great halberd could be seen, both of them appearing in heaven abyss. Previously, without death's great halberd was already here, wishing to open up a path, send over an undying existence, have him wipe out Imperial Pass. Now, it wasn't just a single weapon but rather 2 or 3. They possessed a power similar to a curse, going all out, sending that undying existence through heaven abyss. This was a shocking change in situation. Kacha. In the end, there were weapons that cracked apart, even snapped. They quickly pulled back their hands, unable to continue any longer. If their unrivaled weapons really were completely destroyed, then their preparations for endless time would all be ruined. Their great Tao magical artifacts couldn't be damaged. They still had great battles to fight. It was because they were deeply aware of immortal domain's existence. Right now, they couldn't endure losses that were too heavy. Imperial Pass, on the city walls, everyone was shaken. They never expected this type of thing to happen at the final juncture. It was extremely dangerous, but the other side still failed in the end. Hee. Ha. Suddenly, a great laughter sounded, originating from heaven abyss. Right when everyone thought that they had made it through more scared than hurt, a figure walked over. He was staggering, entire body covered in blood and wounds, even bone visible. It was to the extent where there were many areas where even the flesh came off, bones broken. Parts of this individual's body were distorted, deformed, the result after enduring unsurpassed power. Hong. However, immediately afterwards, he straightened his back, standing up, blood energy covering the starry sky, shocking the boundless, desolate border. The aura of an undying being spread, the magical force of the most powerful surged. Unmatched divine light erupted, as if the king of peacocks had descended, releasing unsurpassed immortal Tao aura. This was an undying being he successfully crossed over. Those weapons attacks were precisely to protect him, send him through. The killing intent was bone-piercing, this entire world collapsing. It was all because he was standing there looking over coldly. An undying existence was overlooking Imperial Pass. How could this be? Everyone felt as if they fell into an icehouse, chills running from head to toe, feeling incomparably cold. They all thought that the great battle had ended, that they could have several hundred years of peace. However, who would have thought that at the last moment, an undying existence would cross over? In heaven abyss, natural laws continuously fell from the skies, divine chains of order fully sealing that place. The regulations flourished even more powerfully than before, flaring out. Without a doubt, there was no way the other side could forcefully break through anymore. However, an undying being already crossed over. Who could stop him? Who could contend against him? The undying existence looked at Meng Tianjing, revealing a strange expression, rather surprised. It was because that person was releasing immortal Tao auspicious multicolored light, about to enter a brand new domain. Interesting. I will start with you. The foreign undying being released a cruel smile, pressing over step by step. When they saw this creature, everyone from Imperial Pass was horrified, minds going dark, feeling great despair. However, when Meng Tianjing saw him, he didn't feel the slightest bit of dejectedness, instead smiling, moreover extremely brilliantly. He carried a war aura that rushed into the heavens, as well as a type of unsurpassed grandeur. He actually walked forward with large steps, facing him. Not being able to achieve immortality is a regret of mine. Is this to help me appease my regrets? He laughed loudly, his golden war armor shining with glorious heavenly sun-like brilliance, releasing immortal Tao light. Even if he died in battle, it would be better than quietly passing away in meditation. Meng Tianjing was in high spirits, black hair scattered about, carrying powerful confidence. He was going to face this undying existence. "A single finger from me can kill you," the undying existence said coldly. Moreover, he really did reach out a finger. It quickly enlarged, descending in Meng Tianjing's direction. Meng Tianjing removed the broken bow. There was still some blood coming out from inside, now landing on his body. Moreover, a body fell out from inside, releasing sinister light. That was the divine core, his Tao fruit. Hong. Immediately afterwards, a wave of terrifying aura engulfed heaven and earth, black light drowning out all. Perhaps calling it a divine core wasn't enough. It was more like a demonic body that released sinister energy. The dark light covered the universe. Moreover, Meng Tianzheng himself also began to shine, burning like a heavenly flame, as if 10 suns covered the sky. He himself was even more so like a divine core, releasing immortal Tao brilliance, eternal and unfading. Wanglong. The two bodies slaughtered their way over at the same time. Imperishable scripture blossomed, shattering the everlasting, revealing the everlasting. With a muffled dong sound, yin-yang divine brilliance illuminated the past, present, and future. Meng Tianzheng and the demonic body both charged at their opponent, blasting that finger aside. The undying existence slowly pulled back his hand, fingertip numb, a bit of blood falling. He coldly looked at Meng Tianjing, saying, "You have some skills. Kill me with a single finger? You alone aren't enough." Meng Tianjing said. Imperial Pass on the city wall, everyone was shocked. Meng Tianjing was currently facing an undying existence? This really was going to break a legend. Was long life going to be revealed? At this moment, Meng Tianzheng was divided into two sides, one erupting with divine light, black hair scattered about him, the other sinister and vicious like a world-oppressing demonic god. They were both extremely young, in their golden years, figures tall and straight, heroic and handsome. However, one had black hair, while the other had hair that was white like snow, completely different. What was similar was that they were extremely powerful, carrying immortal Tao power, wearing golden armor. They were heroic and intimidating, unmatched power overflowing. Meng Tianjing shouted, "Today, I will advance through slaughter, proceed through this bloodbath. My regret in this life will be compensated through you. This decisive battle on the path of immortality." In the ash-gray skies, streak after streak of lightning erupted, piercing through the heavens, tearing apart the skies. Meteorites floated about one after another, all of them incredibly massive. The sky dome split apart into pieces, great stars swirling about, the pressure incredibly great. At the same time, quite a few of them were burning, turning into huge burning spheres, smashing down towards the surface. Heaven and earth split apart. This was simply like the scene of Judgment Day. The great desert was boundless, but it also seemed insignificant. All of this was only because of two individuals. The brilliance they released covered the skies, sweeping through the heavens above and earth below, making the entire great desert seem insignificant. Hee. Ha. On the other side, that undying existence shattered this deadlocked situation. He came from the other side, surging with magical force, Tao laws rumbling as he walked through the void, presence intimidating. "I really am looking forward to this. This pure land is just waiting to be trampled on by yours truly." Right now, he was unmatched, no one able to face him. It was because he was an undying being equivalent to a true immortal and immortal Tao domain expert. In this 9 heavens 10 earths, true immortals were already nowhere to be found. Who could contend against them? From a certain perspective, he was this present world's #1 expert. It was because Heaven Abyss severed the connection to the other side. The other powerful creatures couldn't cross over anymore. That place, that world now had no connection with this one. In the boundless great earth, in this desolate border, only this single undying being remained. Meng Tianjing faced him calmly, not saying anything. However, the rain of light around his body became even more dazzling and brilliant, turning into immortal ascension light. "Once I kill you, There won't be anyone else in this pure land who could stop me. The undying being spoke, extremely cold, but his eyes were burning with greed. He looked forward, as if he could see through imperial past boundless great earth. Once no one from the 9 heavens 10 earths could stop him, it would mean that during this endless period, he would become its sole ruler. At that time, all blessings under the sky would belong to him along, perhaps allowing him to break through a step further. This was what he desired. The so-called blessings weren't the mandates of heaven, nor was it heavenly acknowledgement or anything of this sort, but rather referred to tangible great natural luck. If, in this great world, he was the most powerful, then the so-called opportunities, the natural luck accumulated through a great era would all belong to him, concentrated on this undying being alone. At that time, who knows, he really might even make a breakthrough. Ha ha ha! The undying being laughed loudly, shaking up the entire imperial pass until it rumbled with noise, as if it was going to collapse, making everyone's faces turn pale. Who would have thought that at the most crucial time, an undying being would cross over? Chong! The undying being moved. When his hand raised, symbols interweaved, his 5 fingers releasing Xianxia noises like immortal gold clashing, reaching out extremely quickly, grabbing towards the crown of Meng Tianjing's head. He was extremely cold and ruthless, wishing to immediately eliminate this variable, and then reign supreme throughout this realm. Hong! Meng Tianjing erupted with power, not feeling the slightest bit intimidated. Moreover, he surged with fighting spirit, becoming unprecedentedly intimidating. Immortal Tao light shone brilliantly, burning fiercely, spreading in all directions. His body released endless brilliance, standing next to that demonic body, the two as if they could open heaven and earth, forge another great era. Dong! The sky dome split apart, the world collapsing, meteorites falling. The immortal Tao domain, without a doubt. Meng Tianjing used unimaginable methods to raise himself to this level, his magical force ferocious beyond compare. This wasn't like someone without much life left at all, because his blood energy was too great, strength immeasurable. Kill! Meng Tianjing shouted, going all out at this moment, wishing to fight one final glorious battle. He had a regret, which was that he wasn't able to achieve immortality. However, now, he had a chance to make up for that regret. Given a chance to fight an undying being, given a chance to fight someone at that level. Perhaps, while fighting, he might even truly become a war immortal. An intense great battle erupted. There were 2 Meng Tianshings, one with black hair, one whose white hair was purer than snow. Both of them were extremely young, the two slaughtering forward together. One of them released a fist, the other a palm. There were the imperishable scriptures, profound meanings within, as well as other things. The two of them formed the most mysterious combination, yin and yang energies swirling about, merging together, precisely to derive the root of the great Tao. Dang dang dang. Sparks flew out, heaven and earth breaking about, clashing with the great hand in the air, creating the most terrifying scene. Stars fell one after another. With a honglong noise, soon afterwards, they rushed into the horizon, arriving in the sky dome above. Where do you think you are going? The undying creature chased after him. His pupils contracted slightly, now a bit startled. Previously, a finger stabbed out, that attack failing was one thing. However, now, he reached out a large hand, yet he still couldn't immediately kill the other party. This made him reveal a strange expression. Chi. In that instant, the undying creature's entire body became silvery white, skin as if was actually made of silver. An even more terrifying aura was released. He had no choice but to become serious. If he suffered greatly because he was careless, then it would be too late to regret. He already saw that Meng Tianjing's state was strange, definitely not normal, as if he truly became an immortal Tao expert. That was the accumulation of endless time, even more so the result of the resonation with the divine body and mysterious core. Wang! The void burst open, the undying creature's entire body silvery white, including his hair. It actually crashed down like a silver river, pouring down, smashing apart the skies. Every strand of hair was sparkling, carrying the symbols of the undying being, sweeping towards Meng Tianzheng with incomparable power. Who dared face someone who released immortal light? The undying creature did precisely this, boldness unrivaled, directly attacking like this. Pang! Meng Tianzheng shifted sideways. In that place, the sun truly exploded, burning fiercely, igniting heaven and earth, wishing to burn down the endless silver hair, destroy it. However, the silver hair was surrounded by the symbols of the undying being, actually remaining unaffected. On the other side, the body that had snow-white hair which fell out of the bow spat out an expanse of cold underworld flames, precisely the Tao symbols of Great Yin flames. When the Great Yin and Great Yang collided, raging flames surged into the heavens. There were symbols in the heavens above and earth below, all fiery light, the blazing radiance making one's soul tremble. Wanglong. In outer space it was extremely terrifying, unknown just how many great stars were burned down, star remains everywhere, smashing towards desolate border. That type of scenery was shocking. Scarlet stars were being destroyed one after another, exploding giant falling stars covering the world, appearing everywhere. This was a great battle of immortal Tao level. Just a single movement already created this scene of starry sky collapse. Qi. The silver hair covering the skies was retracted. The undying creature revealed a look of shock. Could this opponent now truly be considered a pseudo-immortal? This really was strange. He didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness anymore. He gathered his strength, brandished his fists, charging murderously once more. The attack of the undying being made heaven and earth lose color. Terrifying radiance engulfed the world, sweeping towards outer space. The falling stars and other things that descended all completely exploded, becoming nothing in the void. Meanwhile, this was merely the result of the side effects of his strike. The true frontal attack, a terrifying vicious great method all concentrated towards Meng Tianjing. Pang! Meng Tianjing was of one entity, but two faces. The two both took action, facing the other side, releasing the most brilliant radiance. Great Tao rumbled, the sky dome collapsing. However, soon afterwards, Meng Tianjing flew out, smashed outwards. The two bodies were both like this, blood spurting out from his mouth. This was precisely the divine might of an undying being, difficult to contend against. Even someone like you wishes to contend against me? The undying being shouted, silver hair scattered about, entire body snow-white. Metallic radiance flickered about, his aura becoming even more brilliant. Hong Long Long. Heaven and earth shook intensely, the world beyond erupting with terrifying radiance. That was his fist radiance, lighting up the universe at this moment. Whenever a streak of fist radiance flew out, great stars would be smashed one after another, becoming the ashes of history. This was a great immortal Tao battle, the world's most dazzling confrontation, as well as the most dangerous collision. This area of the starry sky was completely broken down by them, unknown just how many stars were destroyed. Kill! The undying being went mad, using all of his power. He was scared that something unexpected would happen, so he didn't hold back at all, fists smashing out one after another. One could see powerful streaks of lightning shoot into the depths of the universe, streak after streak, lighting up the world of darkness, many stars even looking insignificant in comparison. This was the light of his vicious attacks. Fist power peerless. Meng Tianzheng continuously backed up, even blasted flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This was the first time he faced an undying creature, experiencing just how strong they were. Pseudo-immortal? Perhaps not. You haven't obtained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, never receiving its baptism, not undergoing the heavens trial. You are still not enough. The undying creature said coldly, magical force becoming even more powerful, as if it was going to wipe out this world. Meng Tianzheng roared out, all of the armor covering his body like immortal swords, actually releasing zhang noises, killing intent overflowing, erupting with golden radiance, intercepting the other side's fist radiance. The two bodies were both dripping with blood, and then they rushed at each other. With a honglong sound, They erupted with an incomparable immortal Tao aura, magical force boundless and beyond compare. The two bodies merged into one here. At this moment, Meng Tianjing underwent a shocking transformation. There was death energy, thriving life force, as well as primal chaos, even more so immortal radiance, all of this surrounding his entire body. Body as the seed, broken path, reappear. Meng Tianjing released a low roar. He couldn't accept this result. His past regret, his present desire, all of it erupted at this moment. There were many gates that were opened within his body, releasing everlasting power. Immortal ascension light engulfed the heavens above and earth below, his aura becoming stronger. He roared out, "I'll borrow your undying head to compensate for my regret. Honglong, I will cut down an undying being on my path of immortal ascension." Meng Tianjing roared out, killing intent overflowing. Together with world-shocking power, he slaughtered his way over, stirring on immeasurable immortal light, smashing it at the undying being. To cut down an undying being while on the path of immortal ascension, just what kind of boldness was this? It made everyone tremble. The sky dome shook intensely, as if this shaking extended all the way into the heavens above, shaking up this entire realm. Imperial Pass on the city walls, many people were watching this battle through a bone lens. When they saw this scene, they were all shaken, filled with emotions. Meng Tianjing was going to die in the end. However, before his death, he declared that he was going to kill the undying being, doing this to make up for his regret, but it was obviously to protect Imperial Pass as well, to make one final contribution. Kill! In the heavens above, an intense great battle erupted. After Meng Tianjing's two bodies merged, he rushed out, raising his fists and smashing them over. Immortal ascension light surged, magical force unmatched, exceptionally powerful, not much different from immortal Tao creatures. Pong! It was just a single fist, yet it forced the undying being back in retreat. They all revealed expressions of shock. How could this be? The undying being was shocked. This individual before him was too strange. There was definitely something wrong. Could it be that he really achieved immortality through a different method? Honglong. Meng Tianjing condensed a fist imprint, quickly rushing over, each fist more vicious than the last, striking the heavens until even stars trembled. This entire star domain was engulfed under the cover of his fist radiance. Under the pung-pung sounds, in the depths of the distant star domain, stars exploded one after another. Right now, endless brilliance erupted. Meng Tianjing was valiant beyond compare. His body was shining, resembling a black hole, devouring the power of those blazing great stars. Moreover, the light that was released from the stars that exploded all gathering towards him as well, used by him. His fists shone, smashing ferociously at the undying existences. Under the intense attacks and great rumbling noises, Meng Tianjing's fist strength was incomparable, continuously smashing over. His fists were both dripping with blood also falling from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, during this process, the undying being also felt restraining fear. He was injured with a wah sound. A mouthful of undying true blood sprayed out, immediately destroying a large area of the starry sky. As for Meng Tianjing, blood continuously trickled out from the corners of his lips, but he looked like he would never tire, not fearing injuries at all, just continuing his ferocious attacks. Kill! The undying being was furious, his head of silver hair flying about. His body shone, as if the silvery white radiance was burning. He formed magical imprints, displaying a type of terrifying ancestral method. An expanse of undying light erupted from his hand, engulfing Meng Tianjing. Where Meng Tianjing was, yin and yang energy swirled, actually able to break down and neutralize those undying symbols, stop the ancestral technique. Chong! His broken bow reappeared. It was no longer in the form of a bow, but rather two curved moon blades exceptionally sharp. Just like Meng Tianjing, they carried immortal light, brilliant to the point where they couldn't be looked directly at. With a xiao sound, a crescent blade flew out, hacking through heaven and earth, immediately cutting through this entire starry sky. Chaotic energy surged. With a pu sound, while carrying great Tao natural laws, it actually struck the undying being, drawing forth a large expanse of blood. The undying being was entirely silvery white. He was truly stunned. At the same time, rage surged within him. His body was actually cut open. Just now, he wanted to try to break this blade, because he already saw that this weapon carried Meng Tianjing's Tao fruit aura, so it definitely nurtured his divine core magical incarnation and others. Once this weapon was crushed, it would most likely trigger a powerful backlash to his opponent, because this was a weapon that was fostered together with one's life. However, that weapon seemed to be nurtured by immortal energy, also undergoing a transformation, suspected to now be an immortal Tao magical artifact. The undying being's attempt failed, his arm instead being cut into, blood dripping out. On Imperial Pass city walls, everyone was shocked. He really cut through an undying being? This was like a legend among legends. Chi. Patterns appeared on the undying being's body one after another. These were Tao laws, as well as the endless potential he released along with his undying power. The so-called undying existence represented a harmony between body and Tao. At this level, there was no need to deliberately display a type of technique, because the great Tao had already fused together with them. Sometimes, just a simple clash of physical strength already represented a type of great method. Right now, the undying being was gathering his power, ancestral technique patterns distributed throughout his body, divine ability natural laws appearing. It was as if a formation was carved on his body. Hong Long. He slaughtered his way over, eyes deep like small suns. He wanted to quickly kill Meng Tianjing. However, Meng Tianjing was also completely different, immortal light erupting from within him. Gates were opened one after another, the power released incomparable, as if a true immortal who had cultivated for many years was descending into this world. Why? The undying being was confused. Even if the other side really was extraordinary, there was no way someone who achieved immortality through a different way should have this type of power, right? Hong. Meng Tianjing erupted with power. The gates within his body became the source of power. He activated the two curved moon blades, releasing hazy immortal light, hacking forward. This was his past will as well as his regret. He failed within sight of success along the body as a seed path, eventually sealing the divine core. That was his Tao fruit, as well as part of his flesh and spirit that had been cut off. He was still walking down this path. Now, both bodies merged into one precisely for the sake of breaking through, to display the most powerful attack. Unfortunately, making the divine core appear ahead of time and thus cutting off his future path also made the Tao fruit suffer damage. There was still going to be a rebound later, this a path of no return. This was especially the case when he had just experienced a bloody battle, continuously killing supreme beings, missing the best chance to recover. Now, there was no way of going back. Chong. Great Tao collided. Meng Tianjing was struck flying, blood splashing outwards. He was seriously injured, but the undying being's blood also splashed outwards. He was cut by the two curved blades, flesh becoming badly mangled. Body as the seed, the undying existence stared at Meng Tianjing, looking at the shining gates within his body. He recalled some legends, revealing a shocked expression. His face became more and more serious. "You will not be left alive." He released a shout, slaughtering his way over again. Both sides fought intensely. No one expected Meng Tianjing to be this powerful, truly daring to face an undying being. Even if he fell in battle, this would be a defeat filled with glory. Pooh! Meng Tianjing's body was pierced through, blood dyeing the skies. He flew outwards. Even though the undying being was also losing blood, the injuries weren't that bad. He chased after Meng Tianjing, preparing to deal the fatal blow, end this battle. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. Shocking lightning descended, wave upon wave, immortal light resplendent, immediately submerging this starry sky, vast and boundless. Meng Tianjing was currently being submerged under immortal Tao lightning. He really is going to achieve immortality. The undying being was alarmed. He backed up a few steps, not immediately rushing in, because he was scared of provoking the most terrifying immortal Tao lightning tribulation. The so-called different path to immortality was precisely becoming an immortal without experiencing a baptism of lightning, the trial of the heavens, yet still had the strength of a true immortal. However, this type of existence only existed in legends, not many of them from past until now. It was because once one's strength crossed a certain line, they had to face tribulation, endure the trial. Those who failed would die. This was impossible unless it was someone who was an extremely special case, due to various reasons unable to achieve immortality, stuck in a special level. However, there weren't many of these individuals throughout history, all of them pseudo-immortals. Now, Meng Tianzheng was no longer in this type of state, forced out of this domain after all, starting to face tribulation. On Imperial Pass city walls, everyone was shocked. Was he really going to achieve immortality? Soon afterwards, a wave of black mist spread, descending from the highest point of the sky dome, covering great stars, surrounding the heavens, everything seemingly losing life force. What was going on? Everyone was stupefied. Wasn't he facing immortal tribulation? Why was there this type of ominous scene that appeared? Ascending to immortality represented the highest glory. It was divine, auspicious. However, right now, why did this type of deathly still, extremely strange scene appear? Hong! The heavenly tribulation was still there, still releasing great noises. But this black mist was also spreading, reaching downwards. On Imperial Pass city walls, Hao's body went cold. He developed an extremely bad feeling, recalling some things from the past. He thought of two people, Yi Qianyu and Mo Wudao. These two had both almost crossed into the immortal Tao domain, leaving behind legends. However, in the end, they both died. Back then, during the 3,000 provinces struggle, when he entered immortal ancient remains, Hao had captured the divine medicine Void Sky Divine Vine, learning about someone named Yi Qianyu from it, even seeing some imprint fragments through the Void Sky Divine Vine. In a certain era, Yi Qianyu had encountered this type of thing after crossing tribulation, in the end devoured by the darkness. Now, this type of thing happened to Meng Tianjing, leaving Hao horrified. No! He roared out, really wishing to rush into outer space, warn Great Elder to be careful, that he had to make it through. Immortal Academy's Elder grabbed him, not letting him leave Imperial Pass. In reality, the distance was too great, there was no way he would make it in time. Moreover, there was an undying being, so he definitely wouldn't be allowed close. Hong! Immortal Tao lightning hacked down, immortal light terrifying to the extreme. Only that black mist was also descending. It still came in the end. Meng Tianjing sighed. I broke the longbow on my own. Tao fruit revealed ahead of time, but it seems like the conclusion had long been set. The day of immortal ascension will also be the fall of that immortal. He believed that, if he wasn't affected, he had confidence he could make it through. Now, there was no chance of living anyway. He only wished to make up for his regret, to step into the immortal Tao domain for an instant. That was already enough. Even if he died afterwards, he wouldn't feel any regret. However, this type of black mist appeared at the crucial moment, the same as the legends. Perhaps there wasn't even a chance for him to achieve immortality. Come, undying being! Meng Tianzheng didn't pay what was above him any attention, instead throwing himself at the undying being. At this time, the undying being's expression was strange. He looked at that expanse of black mist, feeling a bit of yearning, but also fear, expression extremely complicated. Die! Meng Tianzheng roared out, stirring on endless immortal Tao lightning, rushing over to fight the undying being. At this moment, his aura was powerful beyond compare. As he crossed tribulation, it was as if he experienced another transformation, truly achieving immortal Tao results. Hong! The undying creature actually coughed out large mouthfuls of blood from this attack.